Largest prisoner swap in post-Soviet history. It included 24 people, including 4 Americans and 12 Germans. It was an emotional scene for 32-year-old Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, who was reunited with family after spending nearly 500 days in the Russian prison system.
That's Fox's Brooks Singman. Gershkovich lifted his mother off the ground, hugging her after landing at Joint Base Andrews before flying to Texas. And he hugged Vice President Harris, who greeted the freed journalist along with President Biden.
This is an example of the strength of American leadership in bringing nations together.
As for the 4th American freed, Vladimir Kara-Murza, when he went to Germany, Russia got 8 convicted prisoners back in the deal, including an assassin convicted of murder in Germany. Back to the vice president, now the presumptive Democratic 2024 nominee. She just had the best fundraising month in presidential history, raking in $310 million in July. Her campaign says that's more than double her Republican rival, former President Trump, who knew 2/3 of the Harris money was from first-time donors. The funerals today in Qatar for the Hamas political leader killed in a bombing in Iran early Wednesday.
Israel admits it killed Hezbollah's Fuad Shukr in Lebanon, but isn't commenting on accusations over the death of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Iran. Those two militant groups and the Iranians have vowed retaliation. The Israeli military says it's ready and able to cope with whatever comes next.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. We also learned from Israeli sources Israel's killed a terrorist with the Islamic Jihad group. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Morning Xtra, only on Xtra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. It's Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Xtra, 404-741-1230 at Xtra 106.3 across the social media platforms. Morning to you, fellas. What's going on?
Good morning. You know, just another fun day of looking through social media and seeing the GOP just imploding over one little thing that means nothing.
Yeah. Man, isn't that their calling card? I mean,
oh my God.
I mean, the Republican Party is just, it's hard to take them serious.
Sometimes I love what we do every day.
Yeah, sure.
Love this. I've always loved politics and reading bills and understanding what our country is trying to do. And then to see, all from all areas of social media, just the people who just don't get it, don't understand, who have now been caught up in this popularity contest. It's become like a high school election, and one person came out and said, we're going to put soda in the fountains, and the other one said, we're going to put diet, and everybody's just going to fight over that, going, well, it's never going to happen anyway.
It's just the craziness of
the
world. Lowe's, what about you, man? How's your Friday?
Well, I don't worry about it because I try and avoid social media.
See, that's the way to go. Yeah. I just.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Just be happy, because social media, it does drag you down, man.
It sure does.
I try to spend as little time with it as I possibly can. And hang out with the people that mean the most to me. And that's where I want to be. And thank God it's Friday. Get to do that this weekend.
I know. Why am I going to be bummed out? It's Friday.
Yeah, right. Nothing to be bummed out about, boys.
Oh, today is going to be a great day.
Like
Yesterday was a great day. I watched Kingdom of the Apes. Great movie, by the way.
I keep hearing good stuff about that.
Yeah,
movie.
really good.
Yeah, we've got almost nothing we have to worry about doing tomorrow. This is going to be great.
Dude,
No obligations?
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Dude, I got no nap yesterday, so I'm drained.
Oh, yeah, me too.
ASS today.
I tried to nap, and I was just like, I can't even lay down. I can't even lay down. And, just kind of enjoyed most of the afternoon. Had a bunch of work to do and stuff like that. Got a phone call yesterday from the Trump campaign asking me, well, are you going to come get this credential for Saturday? So apparently I'm going to go to the rally on Saturday night. Cool. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. And Mike Collins is going to meet me out there. Candace Taylor, a bunch of our friends that come on the show a lot. Everybody was texting yesterday, you're going to be there Saturday. So I'm hoping to get a lot of interviews and stuff right out on the floor in the media center and get them up on Twitter, on the Extra Twitter and the Extra YouTube channel. So I think that'll be a lot of fun Saturday. But besides that, I don't really have any other good plans. I mean, that's it.
I did nap because I wasn't on social media.
Man, you're so lucky.
Dude, I didn't nap because I went over to Better Baseball. Y'all know how to go get that ball bat.
Yeah.
So we stayed over there. They have this new
what was
thing.
the pricing involved?
Buddy, I'd rather not say. It'll hurt your heart.
So you got that DeMarini, though.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think we went with a Louisville Slugger.
Okay. Good product.
But it's interesting you bring that up because that's what we had planned to get was the DeMarini. But they have this new thing at Better Baseball where they fit you for your bat.
Of course.
Think about it though, but it's like golf clubs, right? You want to get the right balance of golf clubs or whatever, right? And you would love it, Los, because it is just all data driven, right? They take arm measurements. I mean, they do weight. They have this thing that the Cincinnati Reds use to measure the way you balance at the plate, and so they can. I wish I could explain it better, but. Anyway, point being, they use all these metrics to pick the right bat for you. And, dude, Jacob already had pretty much the right bat for him. You mean
from all the swinging of the bat that he's done over the last several years, he already kind of had a pretty good idea?
But it was cool, though, to see, yes, the answer is yes. But it was cool to see what he does with an end-loaded bat, like a heavier bat on the end, right? You lose a little bit of bat speed, but you get more power off the bat. I mean, those things, which are cool, but so we went over there and did that. It took about probably an hour and a half, just for that part of it, and I thought it was awesome, and I think you would love it too because just of all the data points, man. Just being a numbers guy like you are, that's the first thing I thought of. I was like, Los would eat this up.
Well, we've come a long way from when we were kids, and your parent would have you stand there and then put a bat next to you and see how high it went up on your hip.
Yeah, right. Exactly. It's a little more precise than that.
Yeah, a little more to it at this point.
Dude, it was so cool.
That is cool.
And those guys over there are always so terrific, man.
I'd be embarrassed if they measured my arm length, though, and then handed me a kid's bat.
Well, but, man, they wouldn't do that.
You don't think?
No.
I got to go check that out.
Dude, it is. It's really, really cool.
They might tell you, 32 max.
Yeah.
What's that?
Well, just the length of the bat.
length.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, Jacob's at 33 at this point.
Yeah, and that's what I swung.
Yeah, me too. And it's funny because we got to talking to him.
Yeah. 33-30.
Yeah, we got to talking about it. Do you remember the Easton Black Magic?
So I had that, and I had the red and I guess it was some sort of metallic color, the EA70 series.
Okay.
So I had the Black Magic and I had the EA70. Yeah, I swung both those.
That's so cool. And my mama still somewhere, I think she still has it. She told me she did when she was moving. She found my Easton high school baseball bat.
It had a slimmer handle to it. That was the difference in that bat versus what Easton also had. Then, of course, the revolution occurred where suddenly everything was the C-cores and the Louisville Slugger TPXs. Mm-hmm. So suddenly the bats jumped up to, from $75 to suddenly $200. Now, obviously, clearly more.
Yeah, way more. But it's cool, man. Going over to Better Baseball is always fun, just because you relive that, your own childhood of playing baseball. Like you take your kids in there, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh,
you're like throwing out gloves.
Yes, absolutely, man.
Well, I'm ready to get on the field.
Yeah. My younger daughter decided this past year was her last year of softball. Mm-hmm. She decided she doesn't want to move forward with it.
Okay.
I'm like, okay. And she likes swimming and she likes volleyball more. So we're like, cool. You're involved in something else. You like it. Let's do that.
Stay active.
But I did get her a nice glove a year and a half ago. So now that's my glove.
Oh, wow.
It is in my car.
Okay. Is that the one you took the game the other day?
No.
That was because that was your high school.
That was from college.
Yeah.
This one is another one that's a nice glove. A real American leather, nice glove. It's now mine.
Dude, here's another thing. So Jacob's glove is, he's had it 5, 6, 7, 8 years. You know how you fall in love with your glove.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they can do this over there where I suppose they explained it to me, but I'm not smart enough to explain it to y'all. But when your glove gets eat up in the middle, they can fix that.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even know that existed. Like,
just leather. It's like a purse.
Yeah,
except you catch with it.
Yeah, I guess you just take it apart and replace like a layer of leather. I don't know what they do, but it was cool to see it come down. And had we had time, we probably would have tried to do something like that too.
It's a patch, isn't it? That they put in the palm.
I think maybe so.
Yeah, I believe it.
But it just because they just opened like their new store.
I gotta go check
right
that
across
out.
the street, dude. It's nuts over there. Just the technology that's involved in the whole place, freaking crazy.
Old man softball starting up next week,
Dude,
so
that's exactly right.
I got to get back in the swing.
I got co-ed coming up too, man.
Yeah.
Anything that would try and get me back on a baseball field, I don't need to be part of.
I must stay away.
I have to stay away from it. Because I'll pick up a baseball and I'll do a few things and I'll go, ooh, yeah. And then it's like, no.
This feels nice.
All I need to do is destroy my shoulder more.
No, that's right.
It's all good until you get on the field and realize how old you are. And then, you run the second, jog really, not even quite as much. And you're like, oh, there goes my heel.
It's not until you realize, because you can do everything about 75, 80% and you're totally cool. It's when you go, oh, I got to kick this to 100 for this particular play, this throw, this situation, and you recognize that hurts.
Who was it who was the pro player that said you can't pull fat? Was that like John Kruk or somebody?
Oh, yeah, I think years ago. Yeah, like well, he's
talking about guys being meatier.
He's like, can't pull fat. Guys are getting all the dudes that are very ripped up in baseball, and they get the oblique strains. Yeah. And Kruk's over there going like, we can't pull fat.
That's exactly right. So good. And that's where we are, I think, y'all. For our beer league softball,
Yeah.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3, Doug, Rhino, and Los. On a Friday morning, Stacey Abrams back. She's back, everybody, and she's saying, well, the same thing she used to say before you weren't supposed to say that.
She is a election denier. That's exactly who she is, and she continued to do it. And this time on CNN. And it took Caitlin Collins, one of our favorite CNN hosts, to talk to her and say, but you claim to be governor of Georgia. You claim this. And she read her quotes. And, of course, Stacey Abrams went back and said, well, that's not exactly what I said. Well, that was what was written in an interview with you. And it's also on video time after time after time. And she continued to go down that path that she didn't believe that the votes were counted from, black constituents throughout Georgia, which was a lie. She also wanted to go out and say that she didn't believe that the system was correct, which is a lie. All these things, I guess. So she continued to deny it. I have to give Brad Raffensperger a little bit of credit because he fired back right away saying, well, it just shows that she's still an election denier from 2018 as governor. But this is her play back into politics. All of a sudden, she disappeared for so long after losing. Now she's coming in trying to, I guess, earn a seat in Kamala Harris's presidency if Kamala Harris were to win.
Absolutely right. But it's just so funny when, people had questions and still have questions about the election, the 2020 election, and you can't say them. And then Stacey Abrams, who did deny, as we know, as it's documented, comes back, does it again, and nobody's been really challenged. Caitlin Collins, give her credit. She challenged a little bit, just a little bit. But that'll be the only challenges. Nobody else will challenge her on it. There's no other network. She's going to get a frickin' free pass.
Well, Stacey Abrams must have fallen out of the favor of the party or some reason.
Yeah, something, right?
It's like Caitlin Collins actually went at you.
Yeah.
How strange.
What have you done?
And she got really upset about it because the fact that Caitlin Collins even asked, because Caitlin said to her, well, I do remember the time you told the New York Times I won. You did describe it as a stolen election. And then, and as she started to continue on, Abrams jumped in right away, cut her off, got angry, and said, that's actually incorrect. And then she said, I wouldn't cut you off, but you're repeating disinformation. Here comes that term again. And they only use it when they want to use it, of course. And then Abrams said, oh, well, we had legal challenges that said the election results, that it was a bad and a lackluster election laws, and that they were going to uphold the result in favor favor of Kemp, even though this is the kind of thing that, just continues to show that this woman is insane. She lost this. Their legal challenges, even though 17 out of 18 of them were thrown out, the one that wasn't had nothing to do with her winning a race or being part of a race. It was about the voter rolls and how they deal with it later. That's the kind of joke this woman is. But she has organized. That's where you got to watch this woman. She's probably
smart.
one of the best fundraisers out there.
You're right.
And she is working hard right now. Act Blue, one of hers. All the other ones, Voter GA.
Yeah, Voter Georgia.
I'm sorry, not Voter GA.
Oh, no, that's Kelly Loeffler, right?
Garland Favorito and those guys.
Oh, there you go.
I forgot her other one here in the state, and I apologize, but these kind of groups are getting out there. They're knocking on doors. We need to start paying attention to this, because this is how they're going to win some of these races. If they're going to win Georgia, and I don't think they will. Fair fight, thank you. Yeah. Fair fight's out there knocking. They're out there doing what they can, making sure they hand ballots to people, making sure they're handing registrations to people as well.
Well, when you're laundering money, it's just kind of one of the issues that you run into with Act Blue. It's all alleged at this point. But when people look at it and say, hey, why did you make $1,500 donations? And they're like, no, I made a donation like 3 years ago for $10.
Well, but again, your name popped up on the rolls again.
1,000 times, $500 a piece.
And they're using a lot of elderly folks.
Yes, that is the
because
game
they
that
don't notice this stuff.
No, of course not.
And they have so many. And I know it from my own mama, man. She gets so confused. And she's a smart lady. Well, but she has her faculties, but it's just technology confuses her. She just little things like that are easy to get by her.
Are you telling me that when it comes to campaign finance laws, Democrats have found a way around them?
I know it's hard to believe, Los.
What are we going to do?
Really hard to believe.
It's just blatant. It's just so in your face.
Yeah.
They don't try to hide it.
Yeah, and Fair Fight as well. In legal trouble, had a shutdown, came back. Leslie Wargo-Grow, or Grow-Wargo, I forget which way it goes. She is that main person behind Stacey Abrams. She is now in charge. They are trying to bring it back together. Of course, they're bringing money in from everywhere in order to do that. But I thought one of the interesting things that Stacey Abrams went on to say was that they've made it harder for voters to show up at the polls and have their votes counted. And that's where our focus should be. So what are you saying? In 2020, people didn't get their counts voted? You're right. Maybe we should go back and do a forensic audit and see what really happened. Because I guarantee if you asked her that, she'd say, well, no, that's not what I'm saying. Yeah. Because there's a good reason why she plays this game.
They don't want to do it in 2020. They want to do it every other election year, but not 2020.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing?
Isn't it funny? But the reality of this is this. Stacey Abrams is brought in for one reason. She wants to make it seem, and Kamala Harris want to make it seem like the black vote does not count. And they want to pander to one group and one group only. And that's what Stacey Abrams is good for in their mind. She can't do anything else. She can't win a race. She can't actually speak on topics. Remember, the one time that she actually focused on policy, she said that all police are pulling people over because they're black. Right. She is not a good candidate in that manner. Where she is a good candidate is she makes
well organized.
Yeah, well organized, and she allows those, and she brings black voters to the polls with these lies.
Just not men.
Yeah, well, no, not men.
But that's going to be the push, right? That'll be what they're going after. That and white women.
I'll never forget the ad that aired where it had a woman trying to convince a young man. Clearly, you have to think. You got to take another look at Miss Stacey. Oh, Miss Stacey did all that. I'll probably take another look at Miss Stacey. It was such a move to try and tell young African-American men that there wasn't something wrong with Stacey Abrams when they knew it to be so. Yeah, and they're like, I don't like her. No, but you need to take another look at her. But I'm telling you, I don't like her.
I don't want to look at her again. I'm done. I'm done with all that. Anyway. But yeah, I think, Rhino, you hit the nail on the head. You must realize that Stacey Abrams, though we don't like her, though we disagree with her, she is very gifted in organization and getting people to the polls and to the polls, and will do that again this year. It says the Morning Extra.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Friday, August 2nd. 13 more school districts will be back in class today. Thousands of kids will be heading back to class just before the weekend, as the rest of the state will be back in class next week. DeKalb, Fayette, and Fulton counties will be among the schools that start class Monday and Tuesday of next week. A Canton family is mourning the loss of their young son after he unexpectedly died shortly after coming home from his elementary school's open house on Tuesday. Dominic Ippolito died just days before he was supposed to start fourth grade. The cause of death is unknown. A family friend set up a GoFundMe page to help the family raise money for funeral expenses. She described Dominic as a smart, kind, young man who had a heart and would help anyone who needed it. And in sports, the Braves have won 3 in a row behind home runs from Matt Olson, Austin Riley, and Orlando Arcia as they beat the Miami Marlins 4-2 last night at Truist Park. Charlie Morton allowed just 1 run on 5 hits in 6 innings in the win. The Braves and Marlins go at it again tonight at 7:20. Spencer Schwellenbach will be toe the mound for the Braves. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
Why would you want to challenge Donald Trump with your weakest issue? We'll make it all make sense. Kamala Harris has challenged Donald Trump on the border. What? Next on Extra 106.3, Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's until 10.
They didn't push Biden out because he had dementia. They pushed him out because the American people found out about it.
Yeah, that's right. The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Your go-to source for exterior excellence. You can explore all the resources of Southern Exteriors on their website, southernexteriors.co/resources. Customer Resource Center. They can talk you through how to budget for a roof and replacing the roof. Do you need it fixed or just repaired? Estimating the cost of a gutter installation, siding replacement, understanding the financial and aesthetic impact. There's so many questions and answers. How to spot those common roof leak issues. Hardy board siding. Do you even know what that is? Because to be honest, I didn't. Joe's in the other studio shaking his head. No, I don't really know what that is. Rhino probably does. He worked at Home Depot for a really long time. His dad worked at Home Depot for years and years and years. He knows. But do you, right now, is sitting here, do you know what the difference in hardy board siding and, let's say, a vinyl siding is? If you don't, you can go to southernexteriors.co/resources and learn about all that stuff. They do roofing, siding, gutters, millwork, which I just learned is closing in that back deck with nice screening, make it a usable space that maybe the skeeters can't get to you. Just some of the things that I've learned on the website, just like you can. They do porches, they do windows and doors, they do exterior remodeling for your home, or if you're building a new house and you want their input, they can help you there too. They do it all. They're based in Jackson, Georgia, been serving Metro Atlanta for, 2 decades or more. 200,000 projects is their experience. So when you're ready to do something to the exterior of your home, make it the envy of the neighborhood. When you call them, they won't make you wait. They'll get right at it because they can handle so many jobs at one time. They are big enough to do whatever you need. Reach out to them today, southernexteriors.co, southernexteriors.co, or if you want to call them, 877-9-SOUTHERN.
Diamonds Direct Atlanta is now open. The nation's fastest growing jewelry store now is a location right here in Buckhead. Shopping for the perfect ring to pop the question? Or maybe an everyday diamond tennis bracelet? The experts at Diamonds Direct are sure to have exactly what you're looking for, no matter the occasion. With the lowest direct importer pricing, you can expect the best selection of certified diamonds at unmatched prices, all within a luxury showroom atmosphere that makes you feel right at home. Come see what other jewelers are trying to replicate. Diamonds Direct's unbeatable after the sale guarantees and warranties are the best you can find. Free cleanings, sizing, polishing, accent diamond replacement for the lifetime of your purchase. If that's not enough, they also offer a 110% upgrade policy for you to use as often as you'd like on your diamond engagement ring, pendant, or studs. Sounds too good to be true, right? Well, come see how Diamonds Direct is reinvigorating the jewelry industry at their brand new Buckhead showroom. When you want to have complete confidence in your jewelry buying experience, shop with the experts at Diamonds Direct. Now open on the corner of Maple Drive Northeast and Peachtree.
There are crazies on the road. Who knows where they're all going, but if one of them hits you, don't take care of it on your own. Call my friend David Van Sant. He is the lawyer that used to work for the insurance company. The team at Van Sant Law knows who to call, what to say, and will make sure you get what you deserve and what the insurance company doesn't want to pay for. They have your best interest at heart and will take care of everything. If you don't get paid, they don't get paid. My advice, save Van Sant Law in your phone. Today, 855-GA-INJURY, vansantlaw.com.
MyPillow is bringing you their most requested offer on their premium MyPillows. For a limited time, a queen-size premium MyPillow is now only $19.98 with a promo code BECK. MyPillow has always listened to their audience, one of the reasons they've been so successful. MyPillow is made with a patented adjustable fill to accommodate individual sleeping needs no matter your sleep position. The pillow keeps your neck aligned while keeping its best shape all night long. Their goal is to give you the best sleep of your life. And you'll find the deals on some of their other most loved products. For instance, their 6-piece bath towel sets are only $25, or their brand new mattress topper for as low as $69.98. And the best sheets you've heard me rave about before are as low as $25. So go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special square for huge discounts on MyPillow products, including the premium queen size MyPillow for $19.98. Remember, enter the promo code BECK. Call 800-966-3117 for these amazing limited time offers at MyPillow.com.
Tug Coward, Scott Rhino, and Carlos Medina get your day started with Atlanta's only live and local conservative talk on the Morning Extra.
Morning Xtra and Extra 106.3, the app. Best way to listen. Get that free for Apple and Android. You can stream us at extra1063.com. You can listen to it 106.3 FM, 12:30 a.m. There's so many ways to engage. And, of course, social media networks, too. YouTube channel, it's just there's so many opportunities to be involved with everything that we're doing here at Extra 106.3. Are there things that you still do that you did as a kid and people find it weird?
Pick my nose.
Yeah. You would think maybe
weird.
If you pull that one down. But, like,
I don't really do that much, but every once in a while in my car, you get one of those that, like, really hurts and you have to pull it out and, like, flick it out the window.
Oh, yuck. I wasn't expecting all the details.
I don't carry tissues. I'm a man. And I'm not going to blow it in my sleeve either.
It's funny you bring that up because I've turned into an old man. I carry a wadded up, crumpled up tissue with me everywhere I go as soon as I get home.
My grandfather always had a handkerchief.
And see,
my grandfather always, and it was disgusting.
Right?
I mean, embroidered with his initials.
Yeah, of course.
And the thing you could see like the greenness in it. And
I don't have a handkerchief, but I actually keep a wadded. My son actually noticed it the other day. He was like, "Mama was making fun of you the other day about keeping this wadded up paper towel with like after I eat lunch or something. I just keep it in my hand."
See, the luckiest I get is a Taco Bell napkin. Like, and it just happened to still be in my console.
Right. No, I get it, man. But there's those things. And, like, for me, here's another thing that I do that's weird. And I've been doing this since I was a kid. You know how they have those big old, like at church or wherever you go to worship, they have the, like those big fixtures up that are hanging up. Have you ever just sat and wondered, like,
what if I hung on it? Or swung on it?
That? Yes, because I thought that too.
I do that too.
Or what happens if that thing falls?
Yeah.
And you're like, that would kill somebody sitting next to. Like, that's something that I've been wondering about and that crosses my mind since I was a child.
Yeah, that's one. And so I like to go up to Wicked Wings there on Sixes Road, and they have one of those big-ass fans from the Big Ass Fan Company with the big metal blades.
Yeah, because they got them in the stadium, too.
And my thought is, when that falls, does that decapitate everybody that's sitting at the bar? Because I look and measure to see, it would cut everybody's head off if spinning fast enough, maybe. I do that all the time, yeah. And what if that fell? Like when someone was walking down the aisle or something and one of those big chandeliers fell?
What about this one? When I was a kid, I remember, because my daddy smoked when I was a kid. Mama didn't, daddy did, and he sort of quit, But I remember being a kid and it being cold outside, and I would pretend to smoke and blow the, because the air would look like smoke. I'd be like,
you still do that today?
Once in a while.
Yeah.
Once in a while. I don't know that I do it just like I did as a kid, but I recall it so vividly doing that as a kid, doing the exhale, that I don't know that I hold my hand up to my mouth as I'm smoking, but when I exhale, I certainly go back to that point in my life.
When I was little, I used to do it with like the big pen. and go outside when it was cold, and I grabbed the big pen and just pretend like I was like my mom. Looking
Weird
like an
things
idiot.
we do as kids, man, and they just don't go away. The other day I saw Jacob doing this one, and I never really liked milk as a child, but I loved chocolate milk. And for some random weird reason, he was blowing bubbles in his milk.
Yeah.
He was making like a protein shake, and there's milk, and he was just drinking what was left out of it, and he was blowing bubbles, and I was like, how old are you, dude?
Here's the other thing I still do. When my straw is in my soda, I put my finger on the top of the straw, pull the straw out, and then drop the liquid in my mouth. I still do that like I was a kid.
I still run with the shopping cart in the parking lot.
Yes,
and jump on it and ride. Yes.
I do
That's
that
exactly
too.
what I'm talking about, man. There's so many things, and when you see them, like if you're at Publix and you saw somebody do that, you'd be like, I've done that before.
I've done that.
That's fun.
I mean, come on, I do gaming all the time.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
There's no like, I can't believe you guys do any of this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, we all have our thing that we still do since we were kids.
Since you were a kid.
Yeah.
Yes, no
And
doubt.
if I'm forced to go like clothes shopping and stuff, I still hide in between the racks so no one can find me because I'm still the same height.
Where'd Rhino go? Nobody knows. Surprise! I'm Rhino.
Yeah, scary.
No, I actually do. There's something kind of cool about, hey, can I try your drink? And then you take the straw, stick it in, and it's like, oh, that's a good drink.
That's good,
There's something
We've
kind of
all
cool
done
about that.
man. Absolutely. There's another one too where we always, as kids, we would take a straw and then, almost twirl it up and then flick it and make it pop.
So fun.
Dude, me and Jacob were doing that the other day, and he was like, "Why are we doing this?" And I was like, "I don't know, because it's fun." He was like, "How many straws have we wasted?" I don't know, probably too many. Probably.
I also every once in a while still take the back part of the wrapper off the straw and then blow the front part in someone's face.
Yes, dude, that happened to us on vacation one time.
Straws are fun. This is what I'm learning.
They're the greatest. We were in Florida, maybe Redneck Riviera, maybe Daytona. It could be either one. We're at a Ryan's Steakhouse. Do y'all remember Ryan's Steakhouse?
Yeah. So rich.
Yeah, exactly. Let me tell you.
Very rich.
We only
That's
went
rich
there
folk.
once in a while because it was the big buffet.
Anniversaries and
absolutely.
birthdays.
Because it was like, 10 or at that time, 10 or 12, $15.
We had Ponderosa in New York.
Dude, Ponderosa. We had one at Dalton.
Yeah, and what was the other steak one?
Gold Growl.
No, we had something else.
Western Sizzlin'?
Yeah, Sizzler. We called it Sizzler or Western Sizzler.
I think there were different ones.
Oh, are they?
I think
I thought they were
Sizzler
the
and
same
Western
company.
Sizzler is different. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think that's right. Anyway, we're sitting at one of those places. I think it was Ryan's. And I'm being a knucklehead 14, 15-year-old kid, and I did exactly what you did, or you're talking about. Take the end off of the straw and blow the wrapper and into a big loop. And it went in this gigantic loop and just like back and forth like Bugs Bunny style and landed on the shoulder of the man sitting behind my dad.
Oh, no.
I was laughing so hard. My sister was like, oh, my God, our daddy's going to have a meltdown. My mama wasn't hardly paying attention. My dad noticed. Dude, I thought it was going to be a Bart Simpson moment where he grabbed me around my throat and squeezed me to death. He was so pissed off at me for doing that.
Yeah.
And now looking back, I was like, was it that big a deal? But he expected a certain behavior. It's a certain behavior, and I get it. But at the time, he was so furious. I don't know that I've ever made my dad more mad than in that moment doing what kids do.
Yeah.
Still to this day.
I had one of those moments where, you're blowing a bubble with your bubble gum, and it was like I had chewed it to the point where it's too hard to actually chew anymore and tried to blow a bubble, and it shot out of my mouth and stuck to the back of a bald man's head behind me, or in front of me.
Yeah,
that was not a good sign. Yeah, not happy about that one.
Understandable.
It was really funny though.
Los, did you not do any of this stuff? I feel like you're a good kid.
No, I was part of all this stuff. I mean,
what do girls do?
I still got in trouble. We used to joke around about throwing romaine. We used to go over to the store and get the small romaine tomatoes and drive around and run to somebody's car and throw tomatoes at people. So like you're like the straw. We're like,
we took it a step further.
The night that it ended at was when we got pulled over by an off-duty police officer who put his gun on us, and we were like, that's the end of that.
Jeez, he pulled his gun on you for throwing a tomato.
Time did.
Yeah,
we thought it was a friend of ours, and we were like, Chase. He turned his dome light on, saw him as a police officer, pulled us over, had us at gunpoint, got all of our stuff, and then drove and followed us as we all went home.
If there are women listening right now, because Rhino brings up a great question, and I don't know the answer.
Yeah, what do girls do that like when they were kids that they still do today?
They still today, or the ones that got them in trouble? They got because my sister was always so well behaved. Everything was just
They're so mature.
Yes.
We're idiots. We're dumb.
Complete
We're idiots.
buffoons.
We're completely.
I mean, we're
idiotic.
necessary, but we're complete buffoons while being necessary.
Oh, no, I look at it when it comes to having daughters, and I see boys their age, their corresponding age, and I recognize that's me, and I'm stupid. Whereas my daughters are so much more mature,
right?
At their age.
Yeah, no doubt. 404-741-1230. Ladies, what were you doing that got yourself in trouble, or still doing that you did as
Don't
a
say
child?
drugs or men.
Yeah, no,
Right.
yeah. That's not what we're looking for.
Like childish things.
Yeah, so we're
do you ever go
less
over to
risque?
do you steal someone else's Barbie doll still?
That's exactly
like
right.
what silly things?
Or do you and your girlfriends braid one another's hair? Braid
Right.
one another's hair. Yeah, because I know that was my sister and our cousins, and they were always braiding each other. Do your daughters do that? Do they just sit around braiding each other's hair?
Not like that, although when we're at volleyball tournaments, there's the girls that know really how to do hair. And so everyone goes over to their room and be like,
and then they do.
It's like, say, here, will you get my hair ready for competition?
Yeah, I love it.
And that's what happens. So, like, for instance, at our team, Lily's the girl who knows how to do hair better than anybody, and so they all go to Lily's room.
Dude, that's awesome. But I love that because that's memories that will stick with them for the rest of their lives.
Do girls still have pillow fights at sleepover parties when they're older? Like, do they, just add in some wine
Not in my house.
Oh, man.
I try and just like, what are y'all going to do that's going to keep you quiet?
Yes, that's right.
Because they woke me up during nap time yesterday because the United States played another 5-set match in volleyball, and not only was it just my wife, but my 2 daughters are all screaming downstairs.
Yeah. You're like,
keep it down. Keep it down.
Yeah.
Keep it down.
Now, does your wife go on like girls' trips, and then the girls are like, you know what? Let's have a pillow fight.
Yeah, I don't think that. Probably not is my guess. I don't know.
But this is my.
No, yeah. No, I'm just guessing. I don't know. Could be.
Aaron's going on a beach trip next week, and I hope they get in a pillow fight.
Girlfriend Aaron, you'll have to chime in and let us know. That's funny. Kamala Harris has challenged Donald Trump to put his record up against hers on her weakest issue, the freaking border, Rhino. Like, of all the things you could have chosen, if you were smart, you would not have chosen the border because the majority of Americans want less immigration to begin with. They want, and that's legal or illegal. They want less and are okay with militarizing the southern border to stop it.
Yeah, Kamala Harris, I think, made a huge mistake saying, I'm willing to put my record up against yours anytime. And this is something that, I don't think she should be doing. Now, she should stay to her divisive concepts and ideas and separation and trying to create division because that's going to work for her and she'll be able to garner votes based on that. But if she wants to go based on record, she doesn't have a record. And she can do whatever she wants to say, hey, I am responsible for $35 insulin. We all know that's not true. It's not going to go far. And Donald Trump can combat that right away. Donald Trump does want to talk about the border. She does not want to talk about the border. She can't talk about the border. He did a good job yesterday, by the way, in Harrisburg, talking about, okay, well, let's talk about this. Let's go. And the whole crowd lost their mind. All right, let's talk about your record. And then he talked about, yep, she did. She went to the border once. Because I'm not going to allow them to fact check me when I say she didn't go to the border. It's a beautiful place. My wife and I have been there. We had a beautiful dinner right there on the border because it's so clean, so beautiful, so nice. That's the border she went to. She didn't actually address the border.
Well, the issue ends up being that she was given such a limited scope of power. And again, it didn't work out because everything she was involved in, you had people that had a negative view of her. So you didn't put her in charge of a whole lot of things where you said, okay, here's an opportunity for success, or hey, you'll be able to go ahead and run with this. So the fact that she can only really talk about 2 or 3 things, and one of them's the border, and it's an atrocity what has happened with it.
Oh, my God.
It's like, no wonder. It's like, get her into border talk as quickly as possible. And you notice what everyone in the media, we spent all last week saying she's not the border czar. Okay?
Yeah.
They're trying to distance her from the thing that hurts the very most.
Her playing this game of, he's afraid to debate me. Why not accept the debate? Why are you backing down? This is dumb on her side because he's not going to back down. He wants to debate you. In fact, they're getting ready to debate you. They just want a fair stage. They want an opportunity to do it on Fox News as well as ABC and other outlets.
Well, remember, ABC, he currently has a lawsuit against because of George Stephanopoulos.
Right.
So I'm with you. I'm like, why would I go to ABC where I know you've already slandered me?
Yeah,
and I have lawsuit accordingly.
And you saw it again yesterday with, Rachel Scott, who is an ABC News correspondent. But I wouldn't, if I was Kamala, I wouldn't keep pushing this, because when you do get to that stage, because they will find a way to get on the debate stage, he's going to destroy you on those issues. Like Carlos just said, you don't want to be attached to him, because she has nothing to attach herself to. She has no record, because the reality of it is this. I know that Democrats and everybody doesn't want to hear it. They didn't plan on having Kamala Harris run for president. They were planning on getting rid of both of them at the same time, and they were okay with that. Everything got played by Joe Biden saying, hold on, I'm not stepping down until it was threatened. And then they pickled themselves to go, God, we have no other choice. We can't overlook the first vice president that happens to be a black female. So we got to put her in. Now we got to play identity politics, and she should stay that route.
Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 when we continue. The deficiencies of the U.S. Secret Service were known and documented, and in government fashion, completely ignored. Next on Extra 106.3, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
Atlanta radio legends, proud military vets, national network experts are all on Extra 106.3.
It's going to be an interesting couple of months.
With live and local shows in the morning and afternoon, and the biggest conservative hosts in the country throughout the day, we are always here with the latest news and opinions you need.
There's no chance if the media and the Department of Justice and social media are all against you.
No traffic interruptions, no former shock jocks, just Atlanta legends you've turned to for a generation. The conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Now, I know there are plenty of HVAC companies out there, but let me tell you why Central Heating and Air Conditioning stands out from the rest. These days, it's hard to tell who's on first. Everybody wants to play. Many of the local HVAC companies, though, have been sold to large conglomerates. And some are even coming back under new names. But at Central Heating and Air Conditioning, they never left the field. They've been your hometown team since 1947. And their dedication to our community has never wavered. They are the grand slam you can count on. Central's team of experts know the game inside and out, delivering dependable service and personalized solutions every time. So don't get caught off base. Choose the HVAC team that's always been in the game. Get Carrier products, Carrier warranty, and Carrier peace of mind. Turn to your Atlanta Carrier experts, Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Call them today, 770-GET-HEAT, or visit them online at centralheat.com.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now, I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPs.com.
Get ready for unfiltered conversations on The Janelle King Show, where we tackle the topics that you won't hear at your family gatherings, but they're absolutely crucial for a strong republic. Don't miss us live every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3. But if you can't tune in, that's okay. You can catch new episodes every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you prefer to get your podcasts. Join us for these discussions, and I can't wait to meet you there.
Hey there, it's Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly. Summer is over, and we are in back-to-school mode. So are our friends at Steve Raymond Chevrolet. My friend Ali has an exciting announcement.
Hey, thanks, Tara. I'm Ali Khan, General Manager of Steve Raymond Chevrolet. Join us Saturday, August 9th and 10th for a back-to-school giveaway. We will have free lunch, and we will be donating backpacks stuffed with school supplies free for the first 100 families in attendance. Be sure to scan the QR code in Our Town Monthly to reserve your backpack. Walk-ins are always welcome. We cannot wait to see you there. As Steve Raymond, community is everything to us.
Wow, Ali, a number 2 pencil and a Chevy can take you anywhere. Stop in to Steve Raymond on Cobb Parkway, August 9th and 10th. Grab lunch, a backpack, and say hello from us. And remember, Our Town is your town at Our Town Monthly.
It's August 2nd, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Coloring Book Day. It's been around since 2015. Grab your favorite colors, fill in the picture, and don't worry about staying inside the lines. Iraq invades Kuwait in 1990. The Emir and his family and other government leaders fleeing to Saudi Arabia. Iraq gained control of 20% of the world's oil reserves. Hearings began in Congress on Whitewater in 1994, a controversy surrounding real estate investments of Bill and Hillary Clinton and their associates in Arkansas. Also on this day in 2008, Breaking Dawn, the 4th book in Stephanie Meyer's Twilight Saga, is published by Little Brown at Midnight with a print run of 3.7 million copies. Born on this day in 1932, Irish actor Peter O'Toole. The star of the epic Lawrence of Arabia. I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station is always streaming live across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app. Get the live stream and your favorite Extra podcast anywhere you go. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now for Apple or Android.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. Let's freaking go. Everybody's working for the weekend. Oh, I got to tell you, that gave me the jolt that I needed right there. Working for the weekend, Los. It's Loverboy, baby. Let's go.
Want to make sure you hit the post there.
That's right.
That's good stuff.
You've heard our friend down the hall, Nick Cellini, what he does with this, right?
Dude, it's one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
That man suddenly turns into like a 1980s rock DJ, and he only turns it into tell your boss to screw off and get out the cocaine, and he always hits the post.
That's so
perfectly. Man, it's funny.
I have sat at my desk and just literally giggled like I'm, watching Beavis and Butthead.
Cracks me up every time.
Dude, I don't know what he does or how he comes up with what he's saying or if it's just off the cuff or whatever, but it's freaking brilliant. I'm not telling you to turn away from Extra, but whenever on a Friday.
At like 1 o'clock.
Yeah, exactly. He always does it kind of the same time.
It's always 1 o'clock.
And they always use this song too, though.
Yeah, this is always the song.
Yeah.
And this is the one he does it to. Now, the problem of it all is that when we used to have Sean Nerney, who worked with us, he previously would run the board for that show. He knew it every Friday at 1 o'clock. I don't know if it's currently being done Friday at 1 o'clock every week now.
I've still heard it recently, so I know it's at least happening sometime. I don't know the timing on it. I don't know any of that. But I know when I hear it, it is hysterical. I'm not telling you to turn away from Extra, but maybe at 1, go over for
just give him like 30 seconds.
Just give him like the intro to Loverboy, and you will laugh.
Watch the point man start screaming about cocaine. It's right. Friday, the work whistle.
And he does it with this raspiness that, those old rock DJs at 96 Rock would have done. Man, it's on point. Another guy that's a sports guy that caught my attention. He just posted this about 46 minutes ago. Chuck Dowdle. Everybody knows Chuck. Chuck's a great guy.
Great dude.
That's great.
He posts this morning, after watching the tragic events of 7/13 in Butler, Pennsylvania, and listening to 2 weeks of congressional testimony, I've come to the inescapable conclusion that the leadership of the FBI and Secret Service could never play for Kirby Smart. Not elite.
Go Dogs.
I love it.
It's amazing how Dowdle, man. I joke around about how Rhino can make anything political.
Yeah.
Dowdle can turn anything into a reference to Georgia.
There we go.
Beautiful. I love Chuck Dowdle,
He's
man.
such a nice man.
I haven't heard from him in forever,
He retired almost fully.
Yeah.
He's living up in the Northeast somewhere.
Yeah.
Isn't he, like in a mansion?
Yeah.
I think he's done well.
I saw that tweet this morning. I retweeted it. It was like the first thing I did. I laughed so hard.
So
Chuck's such a great dude.
He is the kindest man. I could tell they could never play for Kirby Smart. Not elite. That is the way it's supposed to be right there. That's what. So if there's anything good about social media, that's it right there. Being able to twist it and make it something funny, even though you probably know that it's not a funny scenario, not a funny situation. Because here's the other part of that: the Secret Service, they've known since April that they were deficient in at least communications, probably so much more in this report from the Homeland Security Department's Inspector General's office. They knew about these deficiencies. They knew they were incapable. Now, what did they do to allow the subpar work to lead to what potentially happened, or what would have potentially happened at some point? It just finally culminated in Butler, Pennsylvania. That's the thing. I feel like they knew the subpar work was there. They're fine with it. Bureaucracy is fine with it. Let's just do half-assed work all the time. That's what the federal government and many governments around the world are good at, right? Just being useless. But following failure after failure, this report was created in April, and it recommended changes to police protocols and additional training that was needed. You know what the U.S. Secret Service, the management said? Kim Cheadle said, we don't need any new training.
We're good.
We're all set. We're good to go. What's the problem? And then Trump gets shot at, and now they're like, oh, what? And now it's CYA, just like that agent that we know put out a message among all the other agents, not to the top of the Secret Service, but to his coworkers. These dudes are always in CYA mode. They knew exactly what they're doing. They knew the deficiencies, and they did nothing about it. And nothing will happen from here on out. That I mean, give me a congressional testimony or a Senate testimony that has yielded something, because I can't think of one. Can y'all? That where something, they did some sort of testimony and something positive came out of it.
Something breaks and you go, wow, that might work.
Yeah.
That might be helpful down the road.
Never, ever, you would never have that feeling, because they're always failing.
Yeah, I don't trust anything will change with the Secret Service in any manner, and it will always be a CYA. And when, over, about 15, 16 hours ago, another whistleblower comes out and says that the acting Secret Service director, Ronald Rowe, who was on, I was going to say on trial. He's not really on trial, but I guess it's kind of. Testifying about it. Now they find out that he was in charge of reducing critical staffing before the rally, and that they were saying that even months and months before this rally, they went to him saying, hey, this is not good. This is not a good situation. It's not a safe situation. And those men were taken off of that actual Secret Service detail. Now, that's a whistleblower who's saying it, but you know what? Most of these whistleblowers that have come forward, boy, they brought a lot of good evidence and receipts with them.
I think about my father-in-law, who spent the better part of 35 years working as a civilian contractor for the U.S. Army. And he would always joke around about why he would get into work at like 4:35 in the morning. He'd always leave like first thing in the morning. You just see him driving off. I was like, why do you go in so early? Like, you don't have to be there till like 9, 10 o'clock. He's like, I get in there before the rest of the government does.
Yeah, so I can actually get
some stuff done.
Yeah.
Sure.
Dude,
so you get work done.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And that man logistically was in charge of getting rid of, like, for instance, when they had a program to get rid of all of our old World War I weapons, our chemical weapons. And he had to figure out, how do we transport them from here to safely get them here to get them destroyed? And he's like, the sooner I get in, the easier it is for me to do this, so I don't have to interact with everybody else in government.
Yeah. And it's a shame, because there's so many.
You're right.
I know so many people that work for the government that really do love their jobs and care about their jobs and probably go in and work hard every single day. And they're surrounded by people who don't, because they look at it as a free pass, or they got this job and they're like, hey, they're never going to fire me. I'm safe, because in a lot of jobs like that, they don't get fired.
Dude, no worries. I know the president was shot at. I know it's our job to keep him from getting shot at, but we had a laugh. It's nothing to see.
They told me not to talk about it, so I won't.
I have a dear friend, and I will just tell you this. This is a person that I have rescued from a bathroom stall when he was wildly drunk. This is also someone who got me back to my hotel room in a foreign country when I was wildly drunk. Okay?
Oh, wow.
So this is the kind of friend,
dude,
dependable person.
Dear friend.
All right. Now, this is somebody who also works for the Government Accountability Office.
I've heard about this fellow before.
And he doesn't work every Friday because he doesn't have to worry about it, because it's on the taxpayer's dime. And if he shows up at 10 or 11 or whatever he does.
Or not at all.
That's just how it goes.
It's a Friday. Just be like us phoning it in today. Be like, boys, Shut her down.
And it bothers me to no end.
not right this second. No.
But to think that for everyone that is my father-in-law, there's also a dear friend of mine that I go, no, that's government.
But dude, you're cutting it short though a little bit. Because for one father-in-law, there's probably 10 of the people like your friend. You know what I mean? That's why it's so bad.
We have a friend who works in this building whose wife went to go work for the CDC and lasted about 3 months there because she's like, this place is filled with idiots and people that don't know how to do the job and won't work. And then by the time we got to COVID, and everyone's like, well, the CDC said this. I'm like, do you even know what you're talking about when it comes to the people that work there?
It's funny. I have a friend also that worked at the CDC, and she was a biological molecular. It was really and
really smart person.
Really smart person that even her title I couldn't understand. But I did know that when she was talking about COVID and all this stuff and what was going on, she's like, she walked away from the CDC to go do her own, thing because she said it is ridiculous. They're taking science completely out, even at the CDC. Here I am trained in this, and they won't even listen to me on it. So
you think that we're able to protect an American president?
But dude, think about that deficiency at every level of the federal government, including our military. Man, we're on the cusp of World War III potentially, and our military is in no shape to be fighting a 2-front war or a 3-front war, and the European militaries are even in worse shape.
And that's the part that bothers me because we used to be really good at blowing S up.
Yeah.
And now it's like, maybe.
We can't even get that right.
Maybe.
Trump should assign Hulk Hogan to the Secret Service.
Let's go. Dude,
I feel safer with him protecting the president than I do the Secret Service.
So a dear friend of mine is Jason Aldean's record rep in Nashville. And guess who's been showing up at a ton of Jason Aldean shows?
Hulk Hogan.
Let's go.
Let's go. Real American hero.
That's right. Hulkster's been bringing Aldean out on stage at like 3 or 4 shows now. So funny.
The dude knocked out the Iron Sheik and Nikolai Volkov, taking down Russia and Iran in one match. I saw it with my own eyes.
And he bench pressed Andre the Giant. That's a real American hero.
Did it bother everybody when you found out that the Iron Sheik wasn't from the Middle East?
Well, only slightly.
Lie. Don't tell me that. You're a lie.
And wrestling is real, damn it.
Oh, my.
Georgia's leading the way in defending women's sports after a Fox News update on Xtra 106.3.
Politics get heated, but should never become violent. With so many questions about what happens next, trust the conservative voice of Atlanta for the latest news and the voices you need during such an uncertain time in America.
Now Democrats are going to tell you that Kamala Harris, without question, the most qualified candidate to be president of the United States. Now, what are those qualifications? I mean, in the eyes of Democrats, we can assume that the same criteria that made her vice president will now be used to make her the most qualified to be president. And what was the criteria? She was chosen from a group representing 5% or less of our country's citizens for that job.
Proud to be Atlanta's conservative news and talk station. Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911. Online at stopmyed.com.
Marketing is everywhere.
From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Xtra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
This is House Call for Health. Some generations could be at greater risk for cancer. A study out this week shows Generation X and Millennials have a higher risk for several cancers than older generations. The study finds 17 cancers, including colon, breast, and pancreatic, are more common among people in those two generations. Researchers say the findings back up previous studies that cancer rates are becoming more common among post-baby boomer generations. The study included 23 million people diagnosed with the 34 most common types of cancers and 7 million who died of cancer. Researchers say the study also shows people are being exposed to cancer-causing effects at an earlier age. The lead author writes, these findings add to growing evidence of increased cancer risk in post-baby boomer generations, expanding on previous findings of early onset colorectal cancer and a few obesity-associated cancers to encompass a broader range of cancer types. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
This is Atlanta's new home for Fox News, Xtra 106.3 FM, WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
From Russia to Texas, I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's where 3 freed Americans landed a few hours ago.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm home. Yeah. I'm never going back there again.
That's Paul Whelan, who called his spy conviction in Russia and years in prison their nonsense. Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich also set free after his spy conviction.
What about the show of support? It's over here. Yeah, it's overwhelming.
A Radio Free Europe journalist also hugged her family when landing in the U.S. Also, Kamrasheva, a 4th American set free in the prisoner swap with Russia. Vladimir Kara-Murza, convicted of treason, opted to be sent to Germany.
It took many months of negotiations behind the scenes to pull off one of the largest, most complex prisoner swaps in U.S. history. It involves 24 people and 7 countries. 16 detainees held in Russia are being exchanged for 8 Russians being freed from the U.S., Germany, Norway, Slovenia, and Poland.
Fox's Chanley Painter, one of the freed Russians, was convicted of assassinating a Chechen leader in Germany. Now, President Biden said, greeting the freed Americans when they first landed last night at Joint Base Andrews.
To me, this is about the essence of who we are as a country.
Former President Trump reacted to the prisoner swap.
As usual, it was a win for Putin or any other country that deals with us, but we got somebody back, so I'm never going to be challenging that.
No, he also tells Fox Business's Maria Bartiromo giving Russia a convicted assassin and other prisoners back for simply taking Americans into custody sets bad precedent.
You start doing that, and all of a sudden you have a lot of hostages taken.
Now, the former president's new rival and presumptive Democratic nominee, Vice President Harris, is flush with cash after raising $310 million in July, the most in a month in presidential history. The Harris campaign says 2/3 of the money came from first-time donors. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
No need for traffic updates. We always steer you right. It's the Morning Extra on 106.3.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. You can stream us on the Extra 106.3 YouTube channel. So many ways to engage with the show, and we welcome all your comments. If you agree with us, you don't agree with us, you have a different perspective, we'd love to hear from you. You're always welcome to hit us 404-741-1230. And I want to just quickly say that the people that support the radio station just share your values, especially in the morning and the afternoon show here on the Morning Extra and then the Kimmer Show. They share your values. So anytime that you have an opportunity to use their services when it's needed, don't buy anything you don't need. Nobody asking you to do that. It's crazy. But when you need a good or a service that you hear about during the Morning Extra or during the afternoon show with the Kimmer, give those companies the first opportunity to earn your business because they share your values. Shop with people who actually care about you. Shop with people that actually do agree with you and can't, because look, there's so many companies out there that are doing everything to undermine your values. Don't shop with them first. I'm not saying boycott anybody. I don't care about that. I think that's silly, Rhino. But when you can shop with companies that are in your community, small businesses like the ones that support this radio station, that's where you should start anyway. I mean, it seems to be common sense. It seems to be logical, but I just like to remind people about it.
Well, I think that's the importance of America, is being able to have these small businesses that are looking to serve their community in any way they can. They see a need. True Prep's one of those. Southern Exteriors, who does a great job, by the way. Hardy Plank, an amazing thing. And there's only one person, that you can really trust, and that's a good contractor like Southern Exteriors to install something like Hardy Plank. It's a very thorough process, and it's a great siding. So those are the kind of companies that we do want to tell people about. And that's the good thing, too, is they do come to us and say, hey, what do you think of this company? So before you or I or Carlos ever say, hey, yeah, we'd love to speak for that company.
Attach our name to it.
Yeah, we actually go, okay, let me see what they're about. Let me meet them. Yeah. And we sit down with them. We look at their products. We look at the things, and we say, hey, yeah, this fits our audience, and they're local.
Yeah, I turned down Al-Qaeda.
Yep, me too. Boy, they came after us hard.
It was weird when BLM was really pushing for Rhino. Rhino was like, I'm just not comfortable with the messaging on this one. I kind of believe in Israel's right to exist.
Yeah, I'm a Jew.
I mean, good. I mean, the money was good, but I mean, you did have to cash in your soul.
Yeah, it was kind of strange. And then Tug was going to have to be like, Tug here for the Klan. He's like, I don't agree with your values. I don't really believe in any of the stuff you're wanting to preach. I don't want to do this.
My favorite is when they came to me with the Affordable Care Act.
Yeah, dude.
I was like, are you kidding me right now?
That one's not a lie.
Like all the other stuff was made up and joking. Rhino's serious about this.
Everyone was pushed for this. Like, hey, we've got these dollars that are coming in. You just need to be able to push the Affordable Care Act and also the vaccine program. And we all went, no,
thank you. There's not enough money in the world.
We just went around the room like, are you serious right now? None of us will push that or do a commercial for the government like that.
We had a sales rep coming here and just have a meltdown. Like, what do you mean you won't take the money?
Now, here's the deal. Very rarely, because there are a lot of radio Kamalas that'll take pretty much anything they can get whenever it happens. Now, in this case, the sales guy is one of the nicest dudes in the building.
Oh, he is, totally.
Has probably never been told this no emphatically by a group of people all in one room in his entire career.
Dude, his head was spinning.
It's like, but it's like free money, guys.
Yeah, all you have to do is read their copy talking about the shot and how important it is.
Not doing it.
And how great government health care is.
Like, how do you think I ended up over here? It was like, I spent all of 2020 going, this doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
I don't like the whole FDA testing of this thing because they weren't involved.
Yeah. So that's why it's so important to support the businesses that you hear in the morning show and the afternoon show, because they, again, I feel like a broken record, but they share your values, and there's plenty of people out there that don't.
It would be funny to hear Tug go, this is Tug Cowart for N95 masks from 3M. I wear them every time I go to Costco, Walmart.
I'm by myself in the middle of a field. I'm wearing my N95 mask.
And I'll carry an umbrella when it's hot. And the reason I bring that example up is because I saw it yesterday.
That's so weird to me.
I was coming up Cobb Parkway. I told you I went to Better Baseball. I was coming up Cobb Parkway, and there was a dude walking on the sidewalk. So I'm going toward 285. So, to get on the interstate, like going south. And I'm standing, I see a man standing on the corner like he's hitting the button to cross Cobb Parkway, which is probably a bad idea to begin with, but
taking your life in your own hands there.
That's exactly right. But he's got an umbrella and he's wearing a mask. In the middle, it's 93 degrees outside up. He's by himself. I'm like,
he's got the uniform on, man.
In the world are you doing?
I'd have yelled, "Where's your plastic bags for your hands?"
That's exactly right, man. Something.
Oh,
Goodness.
man. We did have a coworker walking around with, back in the day, plastic plastic bags on his hands to open all the doors.
Oh, my Lord. And taking off the clothes. Didn't he share with you that he took off his clothes?
When he get food deliveries.
Yeah, when he gets home.
Yeah, he treated it like I guess if you've ever seen like the movie Outbreak, where they have to wear the big rubber suits, he kind of treated it like it was that.
Oh my God!
Like he's got to get rid of these clothes and put it in the clean room.
Unbelievable! What did you see people doing that were crazy?
It happened,
or that was crazy. 404-741-1230. If you ran into anybody at the gas station that was acting crazy during COVID, or what was the craziest thing you saw?
I am just hanging out in the bar.
Yeah, seriously, we were in downtown Alpharetta every Friday.
Yeah, I was like, all right.
Downtown Alpharetta was hopping. It's crazy.
Well, you killed thousands of grandmas.
I know. Well, I mean, it's Tug for killing grandma. That's my bitch.
I'm out here living my life, killing grandmas everywhere.
And if you'd like to do it too, I've got a great plan. Hit me at tugcowart.com or whatever, That's so funny.
Tugcowart.com. I like that.
How to kill grandma. There's a whole page, how to kill grandma. Good Lord. That's awful.
Go out with your wife all the time.
That's right. That's all you have to do. And don't wear masks and don't get the shot and don't put garbage bags on your hand and grandma's dead.
But the 9 o'clock hour is hit early.
We're getting off the rails on this Friday, But, here in Georgia, because we talked, look, it was early yesterday. What time is it? 9 o'clock, though, is when the next trans fighter fights an actual woman?
Yeah, that's the 9:30 fight time. It's going to be with the Taiwanese fighter. Now, keep in mind, and you had this entire discussion yesterday going on of, well, you don't understand. That's a woman born with she's got an issue. It's like,
an issue.
If those issues happen to mean that her chromosomes match mine.
Yeah. She has a Y chromosome. He has a Y chromosome, and I guess.
How difficult is that to understand?
Okay, but the reality of it is this. These are the same people who think that men can get pregnant. These are the same people who think it's okay for a woman to have a penis. So these are people who convince you of these things or are convinced themselves. They never convince us, let's be honest. We know what this is. I mean, if you're born with an XY, it's pretty simple. It's biology.
Basic biology.
Yeah, follow the science.
No, I will not.
Follow the science.
I will not.
Okay.
Slatoon's on the phone at 404-741-1230. Always a pleasure to hear from you, sir. What was it that you ran into that was so crazy during COVID?
Last year, I went to the Kennesaw where my mom lives, and we went to the neighborhood pool. There was a lady swimming with the mask on.
This was last year?
Yes.
Oh, my Lord.
I love it.
Good Lord. Swimming with a mask on?
Yeah, that was going on.
No,
have you ever heard Riley Gaines tell that story?
No, I don't think so.
She was active during COVID, and when they came back, that was one of the things that they had them do initially early on, was swimming with a mask on.
Yeah.
My mind is absolutely blown. Like, what could that possibly do? And you're not breathing anyway when you're underwater, right? I mean, I don't know. That's
you take breaths
out.
Well, yeah, but. Yeah,
but like the mask would just be drenched, so you wouldn't get any air through the mask. It was like one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my life. I mean, at least wear like one of those scuba masks, maybe.
Yeah,
that's
right. Scuba Steve.
Yeah,
like on Big Daddy.
That's what I do.
Come on, me too. But that's the thing here in Georgia. We're happy to say that Title IX is going into effect federally, but Georgia will not be participating in it. And we've got Angela Morabito coming in later in the 9 o'clock hour. Speaking of, a lot of 9 o'clock hour talk, man. We are trying to rush this day along. But she'll be in to talk about it. But that's the thing, Rhino, is that Georgia is really leading the way with protecting women and protecting women's sports.
Yeah, I'll be excited to speak to Angela later as well, because this all comes down to those Title IX regulations that really looked at what they say is federal discrimination protections for LGBTQ students. Well, Attorney Attorney General Chris Carr, he talked about an appeals that happened in the 11th Circuit Court, and one of the good things that we are now seeing is that there's no way in this that they will allow these Title IX revisions to take place in Georgia in our schools. And there are 3 other states that are also involved in this. And this is a absurd policy that allows biological men to go ahead and play and compete against females. It won't happen here in the state. And that's one of the good things that we're doing here.
So the issue that I had with this from the very start, and we talk about, the science, right?
Follow it.
We have one portion of society that believes that gender is a choice and that it's fluid and that it can move. And so why would you not extend Title IX protections to these women? As I use the finger quotes. Whereas what it really comes down to is you will have men who will choose to take opportunities away from women, scholarship and otherwise. And so we've seen
medals, maybe even.
We've seen now, and we're going to get another example at 9:30 this morning. 9:30 is going to be when the Taiwanese fighter, who again has X and Y chromosomes.
It's a disorder.
Yes, it's a disorder. It's called maleism. Okay, I got it. You got it. Everybody in this room, we all have the same disorder.
Is it bad? Am I going to die?
It's worse than cancer.
I have an X and a Y.
But how crazy is that they're looking to extend protections entitled to women to men because they say they're women?
The feminists, the silence, the deafening silence from feminists is, I think, the most telling thing for me. Like, this has been your issue, is women's rights since the 60s, 50s, whatever. And nobody, aside from like Riley Gaines and Michelle Tafoya and Sage Steele, those are like the only 3 people prominent women that I've heard say a word. Where are the feminists? Where are Jane Fonda? Where's Jane? Where's all the other crazies? Like, where are you? Why are you allowing this to happen to women? And there's crickets, no answer.
No, but good thing that we have a Chris Carr and we have a Burt Jones who, again, yesterday announced a new committee that will investigate how any kind of administrator or athletic association will implement these policies and protect women, because that's what this is about. It's about protecting women. So you're right. Why are feminists not interested in protecting women? This is something that they should be talking about all of the time. The whole Me Too movement, and yet you're not allowing these women who are in a locker room, and let's use Riley Gaines and the others that sat there and said, hold on one second, we have to be in a locker room with a man who's looking at us, who admitted that he had autogynephilia, which is a disorder where he likes to dress like a woman, doesn't think he's a woman because it arouses him to feel that way. It's completely different from the trans issue. These are the kind of things that people need to really bring into effect and say, hey, hold on, if you've been diagnosed with this, that doesn't mean you're actually trans. There are a lot of ways to look at this, but regardless, women should be protected, and that's the bottom line.
Why do I have to go to my favorite athletic, attractive lesbian, Jillian Michaels?
Yeah, so there's another prominent. Yeah, and I left her out. I'm glad you brought her up.
She put up the tweet yesterday with a picture of the, obviously from the boxing match, and just says, what are we doing here, guys? It's not transphobic to think this is unsafe and unfair.
That's it.
So straightforward, so common sense, and yet there are going to be people that will even call her that.
Unsafe and unfair. That's all it really comes down to.
Yeah.
It's just unsafe and unfair.
Caitlyn Jenner thinking the same exact thing, and this is someone who, number one, participated in the Olympics, and number two, who has also transitioned and says, I would never feel right playing against a biological female. I am a biological male. And, you can separate, by the way, and I think that Jillian Michaels is absolutely correct. You can accept and be accepting of trans, but also say, hey, but it's wrong to go in and take on a biological woman, especially in a combat sport.
I want you to think about how warped your brain has to be, because I went back over to the Jillian Michaels tweet about this, right? And one of the first comments is from Mark Mantis, who says, the winner was born female. It's transphobic because you're fixated on them being trans when they are not. They now go down the road of, well, they were born like this. And when this is pointed out, hey, the International Boxing Association recognized that these 2 boxers did not pass their standard when it came to testing in terms of being able to say, all right, if you're a woman, this is what your chromosomes are going to be. If you're a man, these are what your chromosomes. So foundationally, here's what it is. This person says, they have XY chromosomes, but their anatomy is female. They were born with it abnormally. Y'all got to get past this. Like, if you have these chromosomes, foundationally, you're a man.
And the testosterone that goes through your system makes you biologically a man.
A man.
That makes you stronger
biologically, simply. What else is the argument?
There isn't one.
You're a biological male.
Yeah, there's not another one, man.
You were, you know what? You grew up as a little girl your entire life. You were a biological male. That's it. That's all.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
The science. I mean, Fauci would probably agree with me on this.
No, that's too common sense. He probably wouldn't. This 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by.
Do you getting breasts make you a woman?
Depends. Like
no.
No.
I can tell you right now. I can tell you right now.
I'm developing them right as we speak. That's what I say. Depends.
Me and you are feeling our breasts.
I don't know, Lois.
If you're watching YouTube, the two of us at the same time grab them and go, no.
I mean, if Joe puts on a skirt, that doesn't make him Joe the lady.
No, I know.
But from a chromosome standpoint, you got to be this in order to be this.
Of course. Absolutely right. 7 o'clock hours brought to you by Van Sant Law. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Friday, August 2nd. My best friend Josh's 50th birthday. Happy birthday, Josh. More schools going back to class today, maybe a little lighter traffic. Thousands of kids will be heading to class just before the weekend starts, as the rest of the state will be in class next week, including DeKalb, Fayette, and Fulton counties that start class Monday and Tuesday of next week. A Canton family is mourning the loss of their young son after he unexpectedly died shortly after coming home from his elementary school's open house on Tuesday. Dominic Ippolito died just days before he was supposed to start fourth grade. The cause of death is unknown. A family friend set up a GoFundMe page to help the family raise money for funeral expenses. She described Dominic as a smart, kind, sweet young man who had a huge heart and would help anyone who needed it. In sports, the Braves have won 3 in a row behind home runs from Matt Olson, Austin Riley, and Orlando Arcia as they beat the Miami Marlins 4-2 last night at Truist Park. Charlie Morton allowed just 1 run on 5 hits and 6 innings in the win. The Braves and Marlins go at it again tonight at 7:20. Spencer Schwellenbach will be on the mound for the Braves. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
Are we ready for World War III? If you're not, you may want to start preparing. Next on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Xtra 106.3 is the only station in Atlanta to bring you unedited news, information, and updates. With an all-star lineup of local and network voices, Xtra is committed to being the station you need during the biggest election of our lifetime.
This presidential election is unlike any other.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station is Xtra 106.3 FM, and listen across Georgia on the Xtra app.
Diamonds Direct Atlanta is now open. The nation's fastest growing jewelry store now is a location right here in Buckhead. Shopping for the perfect ring to pop the question? Or maybe an everyday diamond tennis bracelet? The experts at Diamonds Direct are sure to have exactly what you're looking for, no matter the occasion. With the lowest direct importer pricing, you can expect the best selection of certified diamonds at unmatched prices, all within a luxury showroom atmosphere that makes you feel right at home. Come see what other jewelers are trying to replicate. Diamonds Direct's unbeatable after the sale guarantees and warranties are the best you can find. Free cleanings, sizing, polishing, accent diamond replacement for the lifetime of your purchase. If that's not enough, they also offer a 110% upgrade policy for you to use as often as you'd like on your diamond engagement ring, pendant, or studs. Sounds too good to be true, right? Well, come see how Diamonds Direct is reinvigorating the jewelry industry at their brand new Buckhead showroom. When you want to have complete confidence in your jewelry buying experience, shop with the experts at Diamonds Direct. Now open on the corner of Maple Drive Northeast and Peachtree.
Being in an accident really bites. You need people around you that are going to make the whole process easier to deal with. I just described David Van Sant at Van Sant Law. He used to work for the insurance companies. What an advantage. He knows who to call, what to say, and they're not going to pull the wool over his eyes. Give him a call. Van Sant Law, 855 855-GA-INJURY. VanSantLaw.com. 855-GA-INJURY.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Securing America.
The prisoner exchange announced Thursday, which brought home former Marine Paul Whelan and journalists Evan Gershkovich and Alsu Kurmasheva, among others, is a reminder that many areas of the world, including Russia, are not safe for Americans. President Biden saying Thursday, there is a lesson to be learned.
Advising people not to go certain places. Tell them what's at risk, what's at stake.
State Department spokesman Vandam Patel saying that the U.S. and its allies are always searching for
ways in which allies and partners can collectively work together to better protect its citizens from this kind of detention and hostage taking.
Brent Sadler of the Heritage Foundation telling the Fox News Rundown podcast, if people are traveling to countries hostile to the U.S.,
then you probably should think twice and maybe change your travel plans.
Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Xtra 1063 is committed to bringing you the local and national perspective you need and hearing your voice leading up to the election.
There are things that really worry me now about the upcoming election. It is inconceivable that the people of this country would ever vote for Kamala Harris for president. She is without accomplishment.
Proud to be Atlanta's conservative news and talk station. Xtra 1063 and the Xtra app.
Hey, it's Clay Travis. Buck Sexton and I are coming your way at noon, but right now we're getting your morning started right with Tug, Rhino, and Carlos Medina on the Morning Xtra.
Buddy, you are on point today with the music board op, Joe. I don't know who loves Christopher Cross more, me or Joe. I'm thinking it's Joe. Christopher Cross, poor man, was huge in the early 80s. MTV come around and just killed his career because he wasn't attractive enough. You know, I mean, his career just died.
That does happen, right?
Dude, it happened to so many people, but he was kind of the face of it because he was the biggest artist at that moment.
You know, I think it really worked out for because I think we've grown to like her as being, you know, having her own kind of beauty. But Lady Gaga was like initially always covered up.
Yeah.
And then you realize how talented she was and that she wasn't the pop star, you know, she didn't look like Katy Perry.
That's right, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But like, some people got to get past that stuff.
But what was the dude, was it maybe Men at Work? I remember the video in the MTV days just being focused right on his face and one eye was wonky. You know, do you remember that?
I pull up the video. I remember.
Oh my gosh, and you're like, what am I looking at? I think that they put this man on TV? He looks like a serial killer, you know? But yeah, man, it was nuts. I remember being not scared of it necessarily, but as a kid, it was off-putting. I was just like, stop staring at me, dude. I remember changing the channel.
You're running to the other room. He's still looking at you.
Yeah, I was like, good Lord. I'm going to wait till Madonna's back on.
When I think there's so many, like, really great singers that are not attractive at all anymore.
Yeah,
you know, like,
sure.
But now they're still, I mean, I'm glad we got past that, though, because Christopher Cross is amazing. I had no idea. Dude, that was the reason it destroyed his career, because he's too ugly for TV.
TV destroyed that man's career.
That
I mean, just
stinks.
took it all away from
Ed Sheeran has more streams on Spotify than anyone else, and he looks like a fish.
Yeah.
It's true.
He looks like a fish.
It's a different time.
Taylor Swift, I mean, like, no offense. I mean, I get why some people think she's pretty, but to me, I don't see it.
Lovely.
Oh, yeah, she's fine. Yeah.
She's got no butt.
Well,
conventionally.
She's so skinny and her face is like
attractive.
a horse.
Yeah. Well, all right.
I don't know.
All right. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
This is my
right. No, I get it. I've always thought Taylor was cute, but she reminds me of, you know, cute little sister, cute.
Right.
Yeah, well, she's always been, when she busted on the scene, she was girl next door.
Yeah, very much so.
Okay, and this is what she was doing. It's different than when you look like my foot.
Right.
But you sing like an angel. Like, we got to get past that, you know?
Yeah, Jeff from Atlanta Safe House said Lyle Lovett.
Oh,
Lyle Lovett's another dude.
Incredibly talented and ugly. God, you have to hang a stake around his neck to get the dog to play with.
The first time I saw him was when he did a movie. I always loved his music, and I was like, oh my God, that's him?
Yeah.
And he married Julia Roberts, remember that?
But isn't that the weird part? When it's
she has a horse
shocking.
face too.
When it's shocking to you, when you go.
It's jarring.
You're like, that's how you know how talented someone must be, because in the age of MTV, they were like, okay, you're so talented, we got to get you out. We got to get you playing.
The opposite, though, you see some really, attractive people, and you're like, wow, they can't sing.
Oh, I mean,
that was tons of those.
That was Britney Spears for 20-some years.
Yes, that's right.
Whoa,
that's what it was.
Britney cannot.
She cannot sing. She's a Britney Spears is a performer.
Yeah, that's those true. Are different things.
Totally
and
different.
Not one is bad necessarily. It's just you have to understand what it is.
Well, when you're the total package, like when you can do everything,
dance,
it's like
sing,
okay, yeah. Now, when you're pretty, okay, that's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
When you're not and you can still do all that stuff, everyone goes, I'll give you a listen. You're pretty interesting.
Yeah. Back to Lady Gaga.
Yeah.
No doubt.
That's who she came on the scene, and you're like, hey, you're pretty talented. And then
wearing a meat suit.
And why are you constantly wearing a meat suit, and we can't see your face, and we can't, and then eventually you went, all right, I don't mind.
Yeah.
It's like, now I've heard you enough, I don't mind.
Who was that woman that covered her? Sia, right? That covered her face. She had the black hair and the white hair.
Yeah, I just remember the song Chandelier. That's the only thing I know about her. That's it.
She's a great singer, but she always thought she wasn't pretty. I still don't know what she looks like. Maybe she's not, but
she's not.
She's not.
Okay, so she got started in a career and she was 40. Which is
I didn't know that.
Old for starting your singing career,
especially a pop career.
Because she was like a writer or something before.
Okay, all right.
She was insecure.
Yeah, well, look, a lot of people are, and I understand that. And look, Stephanie, up and coming, she chimed in. Madonna can't sing, but she can perform. Dwight Yoakam, not easy on the eyes, but man, that dude can sing, and she's exactly right. D. White is not an attractive man.
That's so true.
I mean, y'all remember him on Sling Blade?
Oh yeah,
gosh, one of the greatest, one of the greatest roles of all time. We ain't got no band, dude. Sling Blade, maybe one of my favorite movies, and it's so dark. But he talked just like my grandma and grandpa talked. I mean, identical. Just that's funny. The way he said things.
No, well, I was just thinking how long after years after seeing that movie, I just go,
yeah, I reckon mustard biscuit. Yeah, dude, everybody did it for years, and we need to bring it back. I think. Yeah, Sling Blade Part 2. I mean, I know, it didn't because he went back to jail, right? Wasn't that end because he hacked him up?
Yep.
Yeah, we made
Slung his blade.
Part 2. Yeah, that's right. Anyway, Morning Xtra next to 106.3. I don't know that the U.S. and people living in the United States realize how dire the things that are happening around the world are. Right? I mean, I know they know it's serious. When Mossad goes in and kills a Hezbollah and a Hamas leader, I mean, you know it's serious. There's no doubt. I don't want to make people sound dumb, but at the same time, we've not been in a full-on war like what this could turn into, since World War II. And our military is not prepared for it. That's kind of the thing. And World War III could be on our doorstep. Iran has told the UN, and we know they're leftist sympathizers. We know that most people in the UN leadership despise Israel, that they plan to strike back. And look, it could happen as soon as this weekend. It would not surprise me if something crazy happens in Israel this weekend.
Or this afternoon.
It could happen
at any time.
Absolutely, man.
And I think the fear is Lindsey Graham did a great job half the time that he spoke on this the other day. But one of the things that they talked about was they've been watching. And they know Iran has already secured everything they need for a nuclear weapon, and they could launch it as of yesterday, the day before, or even the day before that. And that we'd be very concerned about the weapons that they have put together and the money that they used, because the Biden administration said, hey, you know what? You're going to use this $6 billion for humanitarian reasons, right? Unfortunately, their humanitarian reasons are for
and
them.
Ours are very different.
Yes, very different. That's the fear. and it could happen at any time. We have given them money to be able to build all of the things they need to build. Now, this program's been working for quite some time, but there's no strength. So that's the scary part to me, because there's no one that can actually hold any kind of diplomacy in place. And Netanyahu is the only one who's sitting here going, I got to keep going, because all of you can sit here and play games and pretend and play politics, but this is a real war. This is a holy war that you can't stop, and they're going to come after us.
Well, the fact that the Israelis were willing to operate in Iran really gets those people incredibly upset. Like, they already hate Israel to start with.
Right.
And to think that, wait, you violated our sovereign territory. At the same time, the Israelis are like, well, quit lobbing missiles at us. And quit paying to lob missiles at us.
Right. Have y'all read about that project, that event that happened when they killed the leader in Iran?
It's fascinating.
Dude, the fact that the bomb, because they had a mole, it seems like they had a mole inside, right? Someone who was telling...
Well, explain for everyone who doesn't know about this operation where this bomb that took out this leader had been there for weeks or months.
That's exactly right. But I mean, you just had it right there. They had someone working on the intel side inside Iran, working in the Iranian government or military or intel apparatus somewhere. And they were able to go in. They knew the schedule when he was going to be there.
They knew what room he was going to be in.
They planted it. And when the bomb blew up, the most amazing thing is it only took out that room. It didn't kill any of the people in the rooms adjacent or next to it.
That's the Mossad, brother.
Dude, that is...
They talked about AI and all the new...
Freaking believable. You blow up an entire room, killing 2 people and hurt no one else.
And maybe because of the intricacy, and again, that's being careful, but that's even got to make them even more upset, the Iranians. Like you felt comfortable enough to do this and take out this person that we're aligned with right under our nose.
Yeah.
Did it on our watch.
No wonder they want vengeance.
Absolutely they do. And then this is what I'm most curious about. When this strike happens, how does the Biden and Harris administration handle it? Because they told Israel, you have to ceasefire. That's the only answer. They never ask Hamas for the ceasefires. Very strange that they don't ask the people who are actually doing the attacking for the ceasefire. It's always
Israel. Nor do they condemn Hezbollah for firing missiles at the children and killing children.
Right. No.
They haven't come out and said, this is disgusting. This needs to stop. We can't have a ceasefire if you're going to go ahead and pay Hezbollah to fire missiles at children. Nobody stands up and says anything. That's the leadership that we have in place right now that won't even stand up and be strong enough to condemn the killing of innocent children in Israel.
Well, it would never matter. The only adults in the room are the Israelis. It's not like you reach out to Hezbollah on the red phone and say, "Hey, can y'all quit it?"
Right?
Like, that's not going to happen. So that's all they're ever going to influence. But it gets tiring when you have your one ally in the region that's taking care of the business, the security of their own nation. And you're having to tell them, well, maybe I'll hold up a little bit.
Yeah, just back off just a little bit.
You know what? I know they're terrorists, and I know we all know that they're into barbarism, but maybe you should give them a little grace here.
And want to wipe y'all and us off the face of the map. I mean, that is their stated goal in their founding documents. We want to destroy Israel. We want to remove it from the face of the earth, and the United States is the great Satan. We want to do that the same way.
I'm with you. I'm right there with Rhino. Does this teeter into becoming a regional and then a much bigger conflict?
I don't know how it doesn't.
I don't know how it doesn't either, because there's no way whatsoever that I believe that Iran is not going to, what they call retaliate, which I call just starting it up again, because they were the ones who started all of this and continue to start this. And I have no doubt in my mind that Netanyahu, when he says that you will or we will exact a very high price if you decide to retaliate after you already took out some of our children, I'll take Netanyahu at his word, and I'm not going to sit back and say that I don't think he's afraid to go into hostile territory. Just saw it.
He just went into Iran.
Right.
Name me one other country that has gone into Iran and killed someone.
I also trust that the IDF is prepared for the response already. They're already ready for the retaliation. They will, and I think Netanyahu realizes at this point, U.S. is weak. The leadership is weak. I've got no help. They're supposed to be our allies. They're playing both both sides of the fence because, well, it's an election year, so they're going to play this game and do things just because of this. I need to take this on my own. And you know what? Netanyahu has every right to defend himself, but it will spur something bigger, and that's this fear.
Of course it is. And then on top of that, our kids. Our kids are the ones, your kids and grandkids are going to be the ones that will fight this war. If it were to escalate into a World War III, a regional, or even a world war, your kids, my kids, your grandkids will be the ones carrying the weapons because the Europeans are in no shape to handle any sort of war. They're not in any shape with artillery. They're not in any shape with a military foundation. I mean, they've done nothing but diminish their military. And before you say, well, we're going to have to do it alone, we aren't in any shape to do it either. Our military is in horrible shape, in shambles. There's so many articles and so much reporting done on what the U.S. military is lacking on. We're sending 12 ships to the Middle East to try to show some sort of strength. I don't even know that those ships are in fighting shape when they get there. Do they have the leadership on board that are needed to fight a war like this? And I don't know that they are. And then let me take it one step further. I don't trust the Pentagon. I don't trust the White House. I don't trust the CIA, FBI, NSA to conduct any of these wars that we might end up in.
When you think about the last 150 years in this country, we're in a major conflict about every 20, 25 years. That's what happens. And what we've learned since basically the time of World War II, that this drives our economy. It makes people rich all over the country.
And our economy we have bad news about the economy yesterday.
And so much of the politics is now driven by, hey, where is there a conflict? How do we get involved? And you only have one guy talking about staying out of forever wars.
And the one guy is talking about, hey, if we're going to, spur money in the military-industrial complex, let's build ourselves an Iron Dome to protect ourselves. Here's my fear, because I'm going to go back to what you said. My fear is that our kids aren't going to have to go to Israel. They're not going to have to go to Iran. We're going to be fighting a holy war right here in our country because of our open borders and what's already come across and the cells that are already here. That's the scary part. Even the Iron Dome, which I love that, Donald Trump is talking about, I don't even know if that protects us because it's not about what's outside of our borders. It's what's already inside our borders. We're going to be fighting here on our land. We're already fighting it. We're already seeing it in Washington, D.C. We're already seeing the propaganda being raised here at our colleges and attacking of Jews here. It's not just Jews. We have to remember that Islam wants to, or the people who use Islam in this way, what they want to do is wipe out Christianity, Judaism, and everything else besides what they believe is their religious right and what the religion should be and the way the entire world should think. So we are all under attack, not just Jews. So the Democrats sitting here and being evil and very anti-Semitic is disgusting to me because it will affect all of us eventually.
Dude, and then throw on top of that the Chinese and the Russians who are using hacking and using the ability to infiltrate our infrastructures to turn off water, turn off lights, turn off power. I mean, if you're using solar panels, I mean, those, if they're connected to the internet, those can be shut down. You think, well, I got solar panels, I'll be fine.
Yeah.
But if somebody can hack those and turn all that off too, what do you actually have? So, but partner that, put those two things together, and I mean, that is a recipe for unbelievable disaster.
Well, here's the good news. Two of the biggest hackers in the world from Russia are in prison here in the... Oh, wait. No, never mind. I'm sorry. No, we gave them back.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Oh, my bad. We gave them back yesterday.
Dude, it's unreal.
God, they've only shut down pipelines, the two guys. Oh, wow.
And, dude, the Russians, Vladimir Putin's no dummy. He is arresting people with reckless abandon, knowing that he can trade them off and get whomever he wants back to do whatever he needs done when it comes to hacking or it comes to espionage.
Oh, he's so desperate for the WNBA to come through town.
Oh,
I get a much bigger payoff with this.
Seriously, if I can get my hands, dude, if I can get my hands on Caitlin Clark, it's over.
Right. Free flights for Americans and bring your weed.
That's right. Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3 when we continue. Do you recall what El Rushbo thought of Kamala Harris? We'll talk about that next on Xtra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays. Anywhere on the Extra 106.3 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Extra 106.3 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
Convenience is defined as the state of being able to proceed with something with little effort or difficulty. Well, at RBM of Atlanta, we embody this philosophy. Meet our Mercedes-Benz pickup and delivery service. It gives you back time and money. Does your Mercedes-Benz need service? If so, we'll pick up your vehicle that's requiring service from your home or office and bring it back to our dealership for the required service. With over 100 appointments available every weekday, over 50 appointments on Saturdays, and more than 200 courtesy vehicles in our fleet, we're here to serve. We'll work around your schedule. We're here to save you time, energy, and money. RBM of Atlanta is a J.D. Power 2023 Diamond Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience and Georgia's only 9-time Mercedes-Benz Best of the Best winner. We're proud to be Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964. Pickup and delivery service restrictions do apply. Ask your service coordinator or service advisor for details.
Things at the ballpark are really heating up. If too much celebrating leaves you in trouble after the game, it's important to know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds. We handle bonds from the stadium to the city, and in most cases, we can have you or your loved one out in a matter of hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
For years, I was living in constant pain. There were days I couldn't move my hands, I couldn't paint, I couldn't write. Honestly, it was so bad I had a hard time even doing work. I tried to tough it out and just grin and bear it until Tanya finally, after we went to the Mayo Clinic, we went everywhere. And Tanya had heard about Relief Factor on the Blaze, and she said, why don't you try that? She kind of pretty much made me try it, and it was amazing. It's been a miracle. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's a daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally, and it was developed by doctors. It uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that addresses the inflammation where the pain starts, and Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it all day, every day. So if everyday pain is affecting your life, don't go with mind over matter. Try Relief Factor. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. 1-800-4RELIEF. Save on your first order. It's 1-800-4RELIEF. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor.
Fox on Tech.
The world marveled at Elon Musk's Neuralink company implanting a chip into a test patient's head, allowing a quadriplegic man to use his brain to work a computer by thinking it. It's called a brain-computer interface, or BCI. The company is getting ready to try it with a second patient, but now it looks like Neuralink will have some competition. Synchron Incorporated of New York has now connected one of its patients with their BCI directly to a pair of Apple Vision Pro augmented virtual reality goggles. The connection allows the patient to control the device with thought patterns. The patient has ALS, or Lou Gehrig's disease, which is degenerative and has impaired his physical body. The patient is able to send text messages and, in the VR space, create art, since he is no longer able to enjoy real-world painting. Synchron is next hoping to conduct large-scale multi-patient trials. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
The Morning Extra has you covered until 10 a.m. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay Travis, and Buck Sexton at noon, and the Kimmer Show taking over at 3, only on Extra 106.3.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. Man, I don't know that anybody misses Rush Limbaugh like the people in this room and the people listening, you listening right now to Extra 106.3. Anytime I'm able to hear Rush his wisdom and his voice and his cadence all comes rushing back. And because you know the ability that he had to communicate what was happening, do it in an entertaining way, and do it by himself. I mean, he was a once-in-a-generation, maybe once-in-a-lifetime talent.
I recall him only apologizing really one time, and that was when we were during the Obamacare era, and the talk was about birth control, and he made reference to a young woman, and then he was like, I probably shouldn't have said that about her. And he apologized for it on air, but typically, if Rush said something about you, it was well thought out. That's how it was going to be. So I want you to take a listen to this. This goes back 5 years now. And Kamala Harris is going to be the person who is going to be running for vice president. And Rush starts telling you the stories about how she got to where she is. Now, remember, we're not allowed to say, in good common friendly places, that Kamala Harris helped sleep her way to the top in California government. All right, we're not allowed to talk about that. And that one of the things that's like a faux pas now?
Don't say anything.
Is that racist or sexist or which one?
Both.
I don't remember which one.
It's everything. It's everything. It's things that hadn't been created yet.
It's misogynistic, actually.
Oh, that too. That too. And then there's the question of, well, was she kind of a higher-end escort? Okay, like that was one of the things that has been out there of, how did she get herself involved in this level of politics with these types of men seemingly bouncing from one to the next? Okay, so that was the discussion point. Take a listen to El Rushbo, this going back 4 or 5 years ago, and he starts talking about what he knows and what he's heard in the story. And by the way, he starts off with the story of how a guy got removed from his job for commenting about Kamala Harris.
I have two stories about Kamala Harris. One's from The Spectator, and one is it's one of the oddball sports websites. The NBA has fired a freelance photographer because he insulted Kamala Harris. His name is Bill Baptiste. He's an independent contractor, had the deal terminated by the league after he posted a sexist Facebook post referencing Kamala Harris. He posted an image that read Joe and the Hoe, H-O-E. Now, what do you think that's about, Joe and the Hoe? Well, that takes me to the second story. They got rid of him, by the way. It's no secret, but public knowledge, that Kamala Harris slept her way up into California political life by being a very public escort and mattress for California Democrat kingmaker Willie Brown. Now, some people read this story. Mattress, didn't he mean mistress? No, I think they meant mattress here. I think Dove Fisher is the author of the story. So we have two different stories here that are trading off the known fact that she was Willie Brown's mattress.
Did you miss that?
Yeah. Yes.
Because he would be saying this, and he would be telling you the history, because right now the news media won't talk about any of the history. You can't say that this woman, it wasn't on. She got a helping hand from a 60-year-old man that she was sleeping with who was married.
And now that same man says she's incredibly unlikable, just like Hillary Clinton. Willie Brown is saying that.
Yeah, Willie Brown saying that, Judge Joe Brown.
Yes.
Wow,
he
that was
way off on her.
Woo. And there's so many more that have been involved with her personally and in relationships, including, people that have worked for her that continue to talk about some of the rumors or they say rumors, but
those in the know keep saying this is what they're the ones who keep saying it.
And the stories all match up.
And by the way, these are people like in her circle. This isn't us.
Yeah.
Yeah. And listen, is it something that should be brought up? I think so. I mean, if you're going to sit there and talk about another man and talk about all the things that he has going on in his life,
there's no limits.
Then we got to talk about what she did and how she got there. And let's not forget, she never earned a primary vote. She never earned a delegate. The delegates were all told who they're going to vote for, which takes out over 14 million votes from everybody who voted for the person they wanted to be president. So everything she has been handed because of her actions. She's not a good vice president. She hasn't done a thing. She is riding a white man's votes into the White House. That's the way she's looking at this, and this is the way it looks to me. I don't see anything except they installed a monarchy. They installed a king. We shouldn't have kings or queens leading our country. There is no way without a vote and the American people's rights to be able to vote her in. So yes, we're going to talk about everything that got her to the position she's in.
But the Democrat Party, who's been singing the song of the threat to democracy, actually just ripped apart democracy for what, like the third time in like 8 years,
and just fine with it. They have no qualms about it. They have no regrets.
You already took away the delegates in the situation from Bernie Sanders.
Yep.
Okay, like you already pulled that one off and installed Hillary.
You threatened democracy by not allowing a Democrat and a legacy Democrat in a Kennedy to even be on the same stage or debate you in a primary.
You wouldn't even allow for a primary challenge within your party because you had a sitting president that you kept telling everybody, oh, he's totally fine. The threat to democracy has been them the entire time. And now Kamala is like the perfect example of you didn't get votes. You did sleep your way to the top, but we're going to look the other way on all this.
Wait, because we don't want to offend anybody. We don't want to talk about things.
Because that color?
Because she's female?
Because DEI is a religion to them.
DEI is so good, you can't talk about it.
Yeah.
No, you can't. You can't possibly downgrade the idea that when you lower standards, you get lower outcomes.
So I try to have a conversation with a liberal, and it goes like this, right? It goes, well, then if she's not a DEI, why? What has she done here? Well, it's not Trump. What is her plan? Well, it's not Trump. That's not a good enough answer. Or, well, Trump and Vance are weird. That's why. These are not answers. This is the cult of, the Democrat Party right now. They have no answer. They have no, the people that are continuing to go behind this that will tell you, like a Jeff Duncan, who will say, oh, her policies are horrible for the American people, but this is more about me and how I feel and my retribution. The reason I don't like Donald Trump is because he's going to seek retribution. So my retribution is voting for someone who will hurt America, and the people that voted me in,
I'll do the same thing and call him out.
I'll do the same thing for him.
Consider the difference. Marco Rubio, Vivek Ramaswamy, J.D. Vance, Tim Scott. These are a number of the finalists. They're all different dudes.
Yeah.
And by the way, before your governor in Montana shot herself in the foot, probably was going to get talked about there too.
Yeah.
And yet, you had Joe Biden say, I'm taking a black woman.
That's it.
And it didn't, and there was no other condition other than this is what I'm doing. I'm picking from this pool of about 3% of the population, and I'm not considering anyone at all outside of that.
But again,
versus what the Republicans under Donald Trump was doing.
Took a black woman that still could not win a primary, couldn't even get, wasn't even a good enough candidate for her party.
Never made it to Iowa.
Never made it.
She never got to that point.
The one that they call a threat to democracy, and Donald Trump actually went through the primary process. As a former president, you would have think if someone was going to be coronated.
He didn't show up for the debates, though. So.
He's done it twice already.
You would think, though, if anybody was going to be coronated, it would be the Republicans saying, our former president who's already had this role.
Nope, he's get challenged.
He gets challenged, too. That's actually democracy in action.
Yeah, that's democracy in action. You know what else is a threat to democracy? Saying, hey, I don't think we can beat him. So let's in Maine take him off the ballot. Let's try to take him off the ballot in Colorado. Let's take him off the ballot everywhere we can. There's only one way we can get rid of him. It's taking him off the ballot. I don't know, maybe an assassination attempt. I don't know, maybe tie him up in court cases, get rid of his campaign money. Let's do whatever we can to get rid of our political opponent.
But Kamala's not the threat to democracy.
No, not at all.
No, nor the Democrats. No, don't worry about that. Nothing to see here. Anytime we can bring El Rushbo's voice back to this radio station, let's please do it. Anytime we can find good cuts, because I think you listening right now enjoy that as much as we do. There's nothing like hearing Rush Limbaugh and his wisdom. Even from the great beyond, the wisdom still continues. It's like Ronald Reagan a bit. Morning Xtra, Xtra 106.3, the 9/11 masterminds get a deal that 9/11 families rejected already. Next, after a Neil Bortz report and a Fox News update, this is the Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
Had a lovely little commentary drawn up about all of the lies, the misinformation, if you will, about climate change, polar bears, rising seas. I'll save it for another day. About Trump's performance in front of the National Association of Black Journalists. Now, bear in mind, there is no National Association of White Journalists, but that's the way it goes. Why in the world did he take the bait Did he really start talking about Kamala Harris suddenly turning black? Did he really say, I didn't know she was black? I thought she was Indian. I'll ask the same question I asked of Biden. Does this man have any rational thought processes left? Why couldn't he have just said, look, I'm not worried about Kamala Harris's ethnicity. I'm worried about what she might mean for American families, what she might mean for black American families. Will we all be better off when she bans private health insurance? Will we be better off when she further damages America's ability to produce energy? Will we be better off when she bows to the demands of teachers' unions and puts a stop to any parents' hope, any black parents' hope of looking for a better, maybe private education for their children? Are these questions that might affect the parents of black children in this country? Or do you want to get me to start commenting on Kamala Harris's ethnicity? Sorry, I won't take the bait. I want to talk about things that are actually important to the parents that you represent here, the parents of all children in the United States, the heads of all families in the United States. So save your gotcha questions, and let's proceed with talking about things that are actually vitally important here. No, he just couldn't do it. If things don't change drastically, he's going to get trounced. What an election year for America. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
We should be presenters. Yes, I'm a presenter on 106.3. I got present you with it. Here, I got something for you right here.
Like Monty Python does, you walk by with the camera like this, and then you come back the other side and do this.
Turn the other way. Now let's look at the news.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
He lifted his mother off the ground, hugging her. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Evan Gershkovich and two other Americans freed from Russia in a swap that involves 24 prisoners. They got a big welcome home just before midnight, landing at Joint Base Andrews. Then they flew to San Antonio, Texas, where Paul Whelan, also wrongly convicted as a spy, said,
The FSB grabbed me, said I was a spy. I'm apparently a general in the Army, a secret agent for DIA. This is the nonsense narrative they came up with, and they wouldn't let it go.
Also back in the U.S., another freed American journalist, Alsu Kamrsheva, all greeted by President Biden and Vice President Harris.
It really is about personal relationships. It's about family. It's about being able to have access to the people you love and you adore.
This is an example of the strength of American leadership in bringing nations together.
The deal is the largest prisoner exchange between the U.S. and Russia since the Cold War. The freed Americans are undergoing medical evaluations and now spending time with family members.
That's Fox's Tanya J. Powers. 8 of the prisoners freed are convicted Russians. One of them, an intelligence agent turned assassin who murdered a Chechen leader in Germany. Former President Trump reacted, telling Fox Business's Maria Bartiromo he's glad Americans were freed, but worries it rewards Russian leader Vladimir Putin and encourages more of this.
All of a sudden, you have a lot of hostages taken prisoner, so to speak,
and you'll have a lot of things happening. It's a very bad precedent.
His Democratic rival in the 2024 race, Vice President Harris, just raised a presidential campaign record $310 million in July, more than double the Trump campaign fundraising last month. The U.S. has declared Venezuela's opposition leader Edmundo Gonzalez the winner of Sunday's presidential election, rejecting President Maduro's much protested claim that he won. The U.S. has been demanding Maduro release the results proving that claim. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey gang, it's your old friend Neil Bortz. You can catch me every Tuesday morning here on the Morning Xtra. Now back to Tug, Rhino, and Carlos on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
Download the app so you can listen live and on demand, or stream us on the Xtra 106.3 YouTube channel. Plenty of ways to connect to the Morning Xtra. Tug, Rhino, and Los. This morning, as we head into the weekend, halfway through the show, glad that you're here. If you missed any of the things that we've talked about earlier on the apps, the way you can listen to those on demand wherever you are, anytime that you would like. There is a really special group that is important to us at Dickey Broadcasting, and that is the Lutzy 43 Foundation. They are dedicated to ending distracted driving, ending impaired driving, ending unsafe driving. And they are doing their 10th anniversary of the road race that is coming up on Saturday. And you can register for it at Lutzy43.com. That's Lutzie, Lutzy43.com. And it's all based on the incredible life and the very sad death of Philip Lutzenkirchen. So if it's something you would like to take part in this 10th anniversary road race that's happening at Lassiter High School, then please go to Lutzy43.org, Lutzie, Lutzy43.org. So I hope you'll go out there. I hope you'll support them. They do safe driving summits. They have partnered with the Georgia DOT to talk to kids about being distracted, about the dangers of impaired driving, drunk driving, driving while you're high, all that stuff. But they've added that whole cell phone layer to it. And I think that's probably the most dangerous of all of them, especially for kids. I mean, it's dangerous for everybody, but kids, because it's so natural to look at your phone when you're sitting at a red light, even though it's illegal. And I think a lot of kids have gotten the message about drinking and driving. You're seeing those numbers that have come down. They need to be at 0. Are they there? No, but they have been diminished. The one you see continuing to go up is distracted driving with cell phones, and they're really focused on that at the Lutzy Foundation too, all in honor of Philip Lutzenkirchen.
Years ago, we used to have to worry, and this is a lot of times when you had the handheld devices. We've since, for the most part, you got whether it's Bluetooth or
Apple
able to
CarPlay,
find a way
Google
out of
whatever.
that sort of stuff. But yeah, the numbers years ago, there was not a significant difference in drunk driving versus just being on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where, when you talk about distracted driving, it's important for the kids to know, leave the phone.
Yeah, there you go, man. And especially, because I talked to my kid about it and he's taken his first long trip. He drove down to Jacksonville a few weeks ago. I'm like, man, make sure you're not messing with this phone. And it's just one of those things where he's like, I know, Dad. I know. You've told me a million times. I don't care that I tell him a million times, and I don't care that he responds the way he does, because I want that to be the last thought in his head.
I think I put podcasts on. I'll put like 3-hour podcasts. So I was like, what? I'll change the phone again when I get to the gas station.
And he's been doing that too with like the Theo Vaughn podcast. He listened to the one that he introduced me to Theo, which I love. And I introduced him. I was like, hey, man, make sure you listen to the Zach Brown episode. You're driving. That's 2 hours of your 6-hour trip, and then find several others or listen to the radio, put on, your Apple Music and just let it play on your favorite, whatever it is. Leave the dang phone.
We got a 4-hour show you can check out.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah. I'll get you halfway to Jacksonville.
All you have to do is plug it in, hit the Extra app, and you can listen to our show all the way through. You'll get great information, and then Kimmer, and then you can even switch over after that, go switch over and listen to the Braves game on our sister station, and then come back here in the morning. It's great.
I don't know about y'all, but I feel slighted.
Yeah, but it's expensive.
It is.
What's expensive?
Listening to all of us.
Well, no. Those.
It's free?
It's free.
Everything's free? Oh, okay.
That's why these advertisers.
What a deal.
I know, right? The very few things in life that are free, and this is one of them, because we pay for everything with advertisers, right? And when you support those local advertisers, everybody wins because we're supporting small businesses. We are a small business. You're getting a great deal from a company that supports your values and ideas. Dude, this is a perfect hand-in-glove scenario. So that's why we talk about supporting the advertisers. That's why we're involved in the community like that with the Let's See 43 Foundation. And then, I don't know about y'all, but I feel slighted a little bit because my family never listens to my show.
I don't have to worry about that.
Our show. I don't say mine. But they never listen. Girlfriend Erin listens all the time, doesn't she?
Every day. She's probably listening right now. My parents listen all the time.
My parents don't listen.
No.
My wife don't listen. My son don't listen. Nobody in my family.
Your wife's right there, though. She doesn't have to listen.
You'd think maybe a little bit.
Well, they put the 6... Maybe. Well, yeah, you're right. No, you're right. She's evil.
We haven't been on...
Maybe some truth to that.
We haven't been on The Office in forever.
Careful. No, or ever.
No, they had us on very early on.
Okay.
Like 2.5, 3 years ago.
Okay, I've never heard us on.
We have a little button on the little post by me where I walk to my desk, and every once in a while I'll hit it to ours, and I'll go sit down at my desk.
See how long it takes?
And it takes about 3.5 seconds before someone goes, what happened? And switches it back to 680.
Right. Yeah.
Some BS.
I just wish once in a while that, my family would be supportive.
Well, my dad doesn't. My mom checks in to make sure... They're like, oh, y'all are at work. Okay, cool.
That's her way to check in to make sure you're alive.
My wife listened to maybe 2% of when I did sports shows. Mm-hmm. She listens to 0% here.
Yeah.
So, but I appreciate that because then nobody, unless one of you people tell her what I say about her, I'm in the clear. I don't have to worry about any of that stuff.
Exactly right. So good.
My dad listens every day. Shout out Brett.
Hey, Brett, what's up, baby?
What's up, Brett?
Bring us some bagels.
That's true. He does listen, and he watches on YouTube as well. I see that all the time.
Sweet.
Yeah, he writes me all these notes about how bad his son is, and wants to get him. Yeah, he said, help me get him out of my house.
We're doing the best we can.
Squatters' rights. Squatters' rights.
I got my stuff here. God, do I know all about squatters' rights right now.
A little bit of that, Rhino, behind the scenes. We won't bring it to the air now, but behind the scenes, having to deal with some of that.
It is no fun dealing with that.
Dude, and you've ran into that.
I ran into this
while buying a house
15 years ago, and that killed the entire deal because we just thought to ourselves, oh, we're going to buy this house, and this family's selling it to us, and they're leaving. No, they were renting it. And then it turns out that the actual owners of the home were not paying the mortgage.
So even though they were collecting the people who were renting,
right? So so it wasn't on them. But then they had squatters' rights.
Yeah,
couldn't get rid of them. So I was like,
that's the good. That's when the law works the way it's supposed to.
Exactly. When you keep handing over your money to your landlord and your landlord's not paying the mortgage on that house, that should not be on you to then be out of that house.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, what Rhino's dealing with a little bit different.
Yeah, a little crazy.
It's the negative side of the whole squatters thing.
By the way, Ben Burnett, he's got a good idea. Why don't you just go and switch Laura's radio in our car to always listen to you?
Because she's smart enough to hit the other button.
I was going to say, you keep program everything just to listen to 106.3.
There's a knob right next to that, though. I mean,
starter there.
Apparently, Ben's able to do this to his significant other by just saying, like, listen, baby, it's magic. Don't touch it.
Dude, don't touch the radio.
I mean, that used to work for me for a long time with the DVR.
Yeah, my wife's listening to Contemporary Christian. She's listening to The Fish. Usually 99% of the time when I get in the car, that's what she's listening to. And
The Fish is a good station.
Yeah, it's great.
That and Striper.
Yeah. No, I don't think she would know who Striper is. I mean, maybe we need to do a little pop quiz and see.
Oh, I hope she's listening to Striper and Vertical Horizon on the way home.
Right.
So funny.
She does
everything.
Dude, she loves Vertical Horizon. Yeah, I mean, because they were, they had that little pop in the 90s.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, when they tried to tell everybody that they weren't a Christian rock band.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. It's funny that, right. Another one, too, Switchfoot, the kind of pop punk band early 2000s from San Diego. That was their thing, too, that they were devout Christians, but they didn't want, I guess, that labeling, that branding, I guess.
Brad Striper will hand you a Bible.
Absolutely.
It's been striped.
But do you remember how controversial their record was in the late 80s, I think it was, and it was called To Hell with the Devil? And oh my Lord, you like, no, do you realize they're a Christian band? Read more into it. It's meant to jar you. It's meant to shake you.
Yeah, and then we, just a little while later, we got, the Two Live Crew, and at that point, we knew that the world had changed.
Yeah, so, and the dude, the singer, I think his name was Michael Sweet, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, the singer for Striper, was doing a show, or recently did a show, at Mad Life Studios in Woodstock. I was like, oh my Lord, we should have all went to the Striper show, or at least the singer of Striper show. That's what we should have done. We have failed. We failed there. We'll get it right next time. Next time Striper's in town, we're doing a big caravan over there. That's what we should do. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Y'all, the 9/11 conspiracy that has basically the government giving Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and the others the ability to not have the death penalty is one of those things where I'm scratching my head, because the 9/11 families were actually asked, can we do this? Are you okay with us doing this? The federal government asked them. And the 9/11 family said, no, we want these people to get the same justice that should be given to any killer. And the federal government went around them anyway. It's hard to understand. It's hard to believe. But I think it all boils down to the fact that they don't want discovery in any trial going to in front of a jury, in front of a judge, in a courtroom. They don't want discovery to be had, because they don't want the American people or the world knowing some of the intel that they had, some of the intel they didn't have, what they've done to people at Guantanamo Bay, what they've done to people in other instances, including torture. And they are fighting tooth and nail to keep that out of the public's view.
Maybe that is something from a bygone era that I'm still from that era. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, me either.
Like when Barack Obama came into office and promised, like, hey, we're going to get Guantanamo shut down. I was like, why?
Why would you want to do that?
We're storing the worst of the worst there. What, are we going to bring them to the continental United States? That sounds like an awesome idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that there's something that's a little gross about some of this, that because of whatever had gone on with these guys in the past, whatever they knew intel-wise or whatever they subjected to, we don't want to possibly have that be looked at by
every eye. Yeah, every eye in the
everybody
world.
To know.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They want to keep it hid. They want to keep it under wraps, and that's the reason they did this. It seems to me, I don't know how y'all feel about it, but it seems to be behind the backs of those 9/11 families.
They don't care about anything except for covering anything that they've done wrong, and this is why people have questions. This is why people from 9/11 think there's some kind of conspiracy, that it's an inside job. This is why we need transparency in everything that we're talking about, but we'll never get it from our government. Both sides don't care. You don't have to blame Democrats, blame Republicans as well.
Yeah, they're involved.
The problem with what we're doing right now, okay, is all the misinformation that we continue to get. The fact of the matter is this: we release so many people that are so dangerous. Yes, we got back people, and I'm so happy that we got Paul Whelan back. I'm so happy that we got a Wall Street journalist back. Evan
Gershkovich.
Yeah, Gershkovich. I'm glad that we got all them back. But at what price? Because we do have to remember, listen, whatever we had to do to get them back, I get that. But when you release people, and when you sit here and you look at some of the masterminds of 9/11 and you work deals with them, giving them plea deals, why? When you decide that all of a sudden you need to go ahead and release hackers, people that have taken down financial institutions, millions of businesses in the United States, by the way, they're attacking Americans every day. We really got to start looking at what we're doing when we actually give these people plea deals or release them in general.
Well, consider that these people, these masterminds, these people that planned out 9/11. Not only are we talking about 2,800 Americans dead, we're then talking about what ends up being about 212,000 people over the time that we had the war in Afghanistan between civilians and military personnel. Another 150 in Iraq, all done out of a cave, out of a house. Like, if that doesn't scream death penalty because what you did touched off this sort of conflict, I don't know what does.
No, it's a complete failure. It's a complete oversight. It's the federal government making the worst decisions possible. If they waterboarded Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and the rest of those clowns,
oops.
I got to tell you, man, did we get the information we needed out of them to save American lives? That's what I care about.
Did we sleep deprive them and then put them in a box for a week?
And play Metallica really loud?
Don't have a problem with this.
I'm telling you, man. And maybe there's worse things that we don't have any idea about.
I'm sure.
I'm sure there is.
That reminds me. I think about this because if you've ever seen the movie or read the book Zero Dark 30 and kind of gone through what the process was, there's a point where your CIA involvement in all this stuff and running Guantanamo and these black sites is what they were known as, where we would apprehend a terrorist and suddenly they'd be whisked off to somewhere like outskirts of Germany, like just in these weird places, these CIA black sites. And one of the characters in there says to one of the other characters, don't be caught holding the leash on this.
Yeah.
Like, hey, the government is changing how the view is of how we're treating these people. Don't be caught being the last person doing this stuff. And that's basically what our government now is like, well, we're not going to give them this because what if the public finds out what we did to these guys?
Dude, again.
And I don't care.
Find me someone that says, I am in favor of giving these people life in prison because they deserve it. Find me someone that would agree with that because I bet there's not one. 404-741-1230 if you believe that they deserve life in prison versus the death penalty.
I'm all for what is going to be the most horrible thing you can do to them for the remainder of their lives.
Yeah.
If it's a death penalty, you know what? Because of the wild religion that they'll go by, some of these guys are looking at like martyrdom. Oh, good. Yeah. Finally, you're giving me what I want. Or you lock them away for another 30 years.
Yeah. Or you just play over and over and over again our good friend Megan the Stallion song. Just play it over and over and over and over again. Yeah, either one. Anyone. Or the one she just did in front of Kamala about, sleeping with black guys and stuff like that.
But culturally, you have an issue where these guys had a giant fear of dogs. And so we would use dogs in a lot of these cases to bark at them. And to just have dogs around because it would scare the hell out of them. And that's now that was torture?
Yeah. My UPS man scared of our little dog.
Ooh.
I mean, deathly afraid of our dude.
We're going to find out, hey, they used to have dogs bark at them while they were asking them questions.
Yeah. Or scare them like they're going to bite them. This just doesn't matter to me.
I just don't have any humanity for these people that don't have any interest in humanity.
They flew planes into a building and killed 3,000 Americans. Like, what?
They touched off a war that killed almost 500,000 people around the world.
But this is a problem of what we're not thinking, okay? Because as we go off on Israel and blame them for everything, when we look back, or any of the prisoners that, we get back, when we look back at the things that have happened, 9/11, we know who attacked there. It was the Nation of Islam. When we talk about the Munich, let's bring in the Munich massacre of 1972, Palestinians, okay? When we talk about who walked in on October 7th and killed and raped women, children, and men, it was Palestinians. It was part of this. We have to really pay attention who the problem is in this world. And right now I'm happy that Netanyahu is taking care of a lot of these problems for us because that's exactly what they're there for. That's why they're an ally in the Middle East. They're our last stop of democracy anywhere in the Middle East. And we're pretending like we should play games back and forth with actually protecting these people. No, these people went to kill Americans. And again, we continue to get back people who are very important. That are journalists. We're not releasing journalists back.
What are we giving up?
No, we're giving.
What precedent are we setting? That's the other thing.
That we're weak.
Yes,
that we're continually weak,
and that Vladimir Putin knows he can take any journalist, and he's going to get a valuable piece to his war or what he wants to accomplish back in a trade.
And this isn't something that just happened either, right? I mean, when you get these, idiot liberals that continue to say, oh, well, we never gave them money. Yeah, we did. We did. In fact, September 6, 2016, President Obama releases $1.7 billion in cash to Iran. You think, what did they use that for? Food and everything for Gaza? Would they send relief and aid to Gaza to help them? No, of course not. January 17, 2016, $400 million more released in cash to Iran, okay, for the release of hostages. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. We're energizing them. We're preparing our own death if a World War III were to go off, because we're dealing with 9/11 masterminds, people who want to kill religion in the West, who want to kill Israel, who want to kill innocent Americans. Yeah, keep playing the games.
8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Your Atlanta carrier experts, 770-GET-HEAT. CentralHeat.com is the website. When we come back, the interest in the life and times of J.D. Vance, called Hillbilly Elegy, the success of it, the book and the movie, is that a sign of what's to come? Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's a camera. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talk Master.
The left manages to manipulate language, using words, using phrases seemingly innocuous, but that slowly over time create a specific mindset for you, a mindset that aids the left.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
All right, if you were listening earlier, well, you heard Tug say something very important. We love the people who support our community. And there's one place that does that in a completely different way. It's your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies, and that's True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. You got to support local businesses. You got to support people who support the community, and that's exactly what True Prep does. They do it in so many ways. Number one, they make sure that every Georgian has the opportunity to make sure in an emergency that people have the things they need, whether it's freeze-dried food, and they have it prepackaged, or you can do it yourself. They have everything you need there, including oxygen absorbers and Mylar bags, or whether it's water filtration. Most people know you can only last about 3 days without water, so make sure that you have the correct unit. That doesn't rely on power. You need to make sure that you're storing your water. Make sure that you have filtration units, but also first aid kits that actually save a life. Not Band-Aids and Neosporin. We're talking about real things. And, of course, AR-15s, firearm accessories, and ammo. And they have it all at the lowest price around right here in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. That's True Prep. But beyond that, they care so much about the community. They do tactical civics meetings. They do blood drives so that they can help make sure that in an emergency, everybody is okay. And this weekend, Saturday, they have the Intro to Emergency Preparedness workshop. So if you're new to it and you want to know where to get started, well, they even do workshops to make sure that you're ready to go. Those classes fill up quick, so go online at trueprep.com and sign up for them. The Bug Out Get Home Bag class, a AR-15 Builder Armorer class, a Intro to Water Filtration and Storage class, a long-term food storage class. You get the point. Go to trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with our friends over at True Prep.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Looking for bold discussions on vital issues? Tune in to The Janelle King Show every Saturday at 3 p.m. with an encore episode every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Xtra 106.3, where we dive into kitchen table topics that are essential for a strong republic. Don't miss an episode, but if you do, it's all good because we have new podcasts that drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out on these thought-provoking conversations.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. Lawmakers thought they had a fix a few years ago for a federal fund for crime victim services, which was running low on cash. A law signed by President Biden in 2021 opened up a new source of money for the fund, criminal penalties and fines paid by companies through out-of-court settlements. But the so-called fix has proved to be anything but. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that an extra $7.5 billion would flow into the fund over 10 years as a result of the new revenue source. Instead, annual fund balances have continued to dwindle from a peak of $13 billion in fiscal 2017 to an estimated $1.5 billion this year. The funding crunch has baffled some lawmakers. They're demanding answers from the Justice Department as to where all the new revenue is going. Spearheading the probe is Republican Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley. Congress created the Crime Victims Fund in 1984. It's designed to help victims meet the costs of medical care, mental health counseling, lost wages, temporary housing, and more without relying on taxpayer dollars. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Wake up with the Morning Extra on Xtra 106.3 Atlanta.
Doug, Rhino, and Lowe's on the Morning Extra. The 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. I've never seen one of the Planet of the Apes movies, not from beginning to end.
Oh, man, the new ones are so good.
Never seen the original?
I saw bits and pieces of it as a kid because they used to play it on a loop on TBS.
Yeah.
You know, so
they made like 8 of them.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And this is not even getting to the newer ones.
Right. With the old, like Charlton Heston.
The old one. Yeah. Charlton Heston is in the first one, which is a classic.
It's amazing.
They went back to the well a second time. And then after that, Charlton Heston's like, yeah, I'm done with 8 movies.
Yeah, I'm out.
And they just kept over and over. And there's like, I want to guess there's like 7 of them.
There's got to be at least 7, 8, and then the new 4.
5 of the old ones.
Okay, there we go.
Charlton Heston's only in 2. He's in this right at the very end of the second one, too, beneath the
Is
Planet
it just
of the
like
Apes.
a split second that he's in it? Or
it's like the last 20 minutes or so.
How many Marky Marks ones did they do? Just one?
Well, just
Tim
now.
Burton,
That
was
horrible.
one?
Oh, yeah, it was
Oh,
bad.
no, that movie's good.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I love that movie. I love the twist on it because that's what launched all the current ones now. Was Mark Wahlberg is basically it's a
I'm
redo
spoiled now. You're probably right. I did like it when it was out, but now that I saw the new one, so I can't really go against Carlos. It was a good movie, but
you have Mark Wahlberg, who he's basically playing the Charlton Heston character.
Okay.
It's a little bit of a different scenario, but he's having the same thing. He's now in a land where the apes are the ones that are in charge and they're evolved and they're the smart ones and they're the ones who run society. And then, so it's a spin on it's a remake of the original.
Yeah.
And then everything else from there is now like a different storyline, which is
and it's going totally different
directions.
directions. Okay,
It's great.
Yeah.
I love
They are
the
good
way
movies.
they're doing it now.
And Rhino told me this morning, Glows, that he was like, we paid $20 to watch this thing yesterday.
We did.
And is that the one? So
yeah.
it's where you watch it while it's still in the theater, the $20?
Yeah, so we finished the first 3, and we've been waiting for Kingdom to come out, and then they give you the trailer, and you're sitting there and waiting, and it was in theaters, and we just didn't want to go to a theater to watch it. We were waiting for it to come out so we could watch it at home, and we waited, and yesterday, Erin's like, I've had enough. It's on Amazon.
I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait
any
anymore. So
longer.
she goes and she says it's $19.99. We go back and forth. We're like, whatever, we'll keep it because we'll probably watch them all again.
So you had to buy it to watch it?
So we bought it.
Okay.
And we own it now for $19.99. And then right after the movie, I get a thing from Disney Plus coming out tomorrow for free.
Dude,
Kingdom
that's
of the
low
Apes.
down.
And I was just like, oh my God.
That's
and I kind of debated, like, I'm not even going to tell her that this came up. And then I was like, I have to kind of tell her.
Yeah. That's right. That way you can be appalled with me.
But you know what? I love them. I like the new one. I love the whole series. And I never expected to because I enjoyed the Charlton Heston versions early when I was young because it was kind of nostalgic. But I was never in love with them. Like, I saw it, whatever. Okay, I'll watch it in passing, whatever. It's cool. These I did not expect to like, and I really, really enjoy the entire storyline, how they've done it. It's amazing, this movie.
Joe, what is it that I suffer from with the whole Planet of the Apes thing? Because I couldn't watch it. It was
you don't like things with hair that
Uncanny
talk?
Valley.
What is it?
It's called Uncanny Valley, where something looks kind of human, but you can tell it's not.
And
so you have ape phobia.
Yeah, I think so. It weirded me out as a kid. I would take a look at it, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
So the other ones were weird.
Oh, yeah, it was
the old ones.
So weird.
Were creepy.
And same way with Clash of the Titans, which was always on TBS as well. They played that thing on a loop, and there was the weird.
So
it just, I don't know. Visually, it just was.
I'll tell you,
I just couldn't look at it.
I'll tell you why this is different because what's her name? Helen. Bonham Carter, is that her name?
Yeah, Helen Bonham Carter.
She was in the Marky Mark one, and they still did that kind of like human-like face and actions.
Yeah.
This is actual like. It just looks like monkeys that talk and apes that talk. That's what it looks like. But they don't look very human. They look like actual,
they look like
animals. So
actual
maybe
animals.
that'll be better for you.
Maybe so. Yeah,
because it's creepy to me. Like the Helena
humanoid-looking
Bonham Carter one was like really creepy to me, and I got that.
And by the way, she was at the height of her attractiveness too.
Yeah,
and now she's kind of an ape. You're like, this is weird.
Yeah,
I'm like, I kind of know you're still pretty, but you're kind of also an ape. It's weird.
And I know this is all about this advanced species of apes, right? I mean, that's the whole point.
Sure.
That's
we call it what an evolved species of apes, I guess.
Species,
Yeah.
There's a new study that has scientists saying that they have found that chimpanzees may be able to talk.
Yeah.
That's the reason I brought this up.
Have you ever seen Chimpanzee Kingdom?
No. What is that?
Oh, okay. Netflix.
Okay.
I think it's still probably there. They have like entire societies that it's fascinating to see how they communicate with one another, how they challenge one another. Like there's a structure to everything they have that is not unlike our idea of civilization. They have their own version.
It's fascinating, dude.
I mean, now that I watch this movie, I'm like, okay, but it's a dangerous thing if they do start talking, because that means that we've manipulated science in order to make them do that. And that's what the whole War of the Apes, Dawn of the Apes, and now Kingdom of the Apes, because they eliminate the entire, human population by themselves. The humans kill themselves basically by creating the ability to make chimpanzees talk and communicate and get smarter. So what they did was created a virus basically that really didn't work well with our system. So once it got released, we all died and the apes take over.
So that's Chimp Empire, and that's on Netflix. And it goes into Uganda, and these people, basically they're filming, they're observing, they're not really getting in the way.
Mm-hmm.
And you get like this really amazing look at how they have their own society.
So I want y'all to listen to this. This is a analyzed video from 1962 and then the mid-2000s, and these scientists believe that this chimpanzee is saying the word mama. No, but this is legit. Like, it's, I mean,
yeah,
they
but I've also heard dogs going, right,
yeah.
And they're like, you heard it?
Yeah, right,
So
which
is
I
that-
have.
Now,
And look, I don't know.
If that chimp said, hey, can I get an apple? Then I'm like,
I don't know that they're quite that. I don't think that they're quite that advanced to can I get an apple yet?
I got hit and knocked in hockey so bad that it knocked all the wind out of me, and you know what came out? Whoa! And they're like, were you calling your mom? I'm like, no, I was trying to breathe.
That's right. I don't know, man. I'm fascinated by it.
Watch Chimp Empire and then tell me.
Does it go along with this?
It will basically show you how they communicate with one another. Like they have territory disputes.
Mm-hmm.
Like they have moments.
I've read about that before.
They have moments where whoever's leading the family, well, there's going to be hey, somebody else is coming along to lead this family.
Yeah.
Like there are
like a hierarchy.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, if they came out like Lancelot Link, and I don't know if you remember that Secret Chimp when we were kids, it was
that
later.
name does sound familiar, right?
It was a whole show about talking chimpanzees.
Okay.
And he was like a spy slash, I can't remember exactly. I think he was a spy, but all the monkeys like communicated and talked, and it was an amazing, fun show to watch.
Okay.
Now, if they started doing that and he started solving crimes, then I'm in. But I mean, I do believe chimps will be able to speak before, any other animal. I would believe that.
You ever
or have the ability.
You ever seen territory disputes that drug dealers will talk about?
Yeah, sure.
Those classic, shows.
Cartels, especially.
Yeah, you talk about what would go on in California where it's like, hey, these streets are controlled by this gang. And if you venture over there, we're going to have problems. The chimpanzees have the same thing. They have like an episode where they go looking for fruit and they end up in an area that's controlled by other chimpanzees.
Man, it's unbelievable.
And it's a dispute.
I'm fascinated by all of this. I'm not into Planet of the Apes, the movie, but I am into remember we talked about this recently too, the way those scientists had years and years worth of whales recorded, the sounds that whales make, and now they've narrowed it down and they think there's 200 sounds that mean something specific because they're repeated, and they've seen action because of the same, the repeated sound. That's a way of communication, and I don't doubt they communicate at all, but the fact that chimpanzees, they feel like they could actually speak, that's next level, off the charts, like blows my mind.
Here's a video of one speaking. See, that's Lancelot Link, and they're about to break him out of jail.
Yeah, I've seen that one that the little chimpanzee smoking too. But I'm
they can ride segways.
Yeah. See, once you're riding the Segway, anything is possible.
That's
They're evolving.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly.
Once chimpanzee riding on a Segway gets into your brain, it ain't ever coming out.
Yeah, the clip I played was from a chimpanzee named Ratana. She's been in captivity for years and years and years. She's tapped on the chin by her handler, and that's what prompted her to make that sound that sounded like mama.
That's so cute.
I don't know if I don't know what to make of it, but I am fascinated.
I'll vote for that over Kamala, though.
Yeah,
at least he speaks in sentences and says something I can understand.
Morning Xtra and Extra 1063. Hillbilly Elegy is turning into a huge hit, and rightfully so, man. The book, the movie, and Netflix has been number one for weeks and weeks. Definitely since the J.D. Vance announcement by Donald Trump. But it's no surprise, man. It's a fascinating story of somebody picking themselves up from their bootstraps and in an instant, or what seems like an instant, going from incredibly poor in Appalachia to the second highest and most powerful position on earth.
It doesn't relate to poll numbers, but it does show interest in learning what a candidate is or who a candidate is, compared to the other side where, whoever they pick, and we'll see who they pick. Josh Shapiro seems to be the front runner, which will be really fun to watch them argue over that pick. But at the same time, they have an opportunity to get to know this man, to get to know who J.D. Vance is, and to see the truth about how he grew up. And they'll be able to watch this. And Netflix right now is like, hey, this is great. The book also is being sold incredibly. Yeah. And these aren't just people like you, I, and Carlos. These are people from the other side of the aisle going, hold on, let's see what this is all about.
That's why I watched it.
Off
y'all's suggestion. I was like, okay.
And everybody's starting to learn about it. Again, it may not be a popularity contest when it comes to the poll, but I guarantee people actually have an option to look into a VP candidate, unlike the other side, have a movie and a book and go, okay, this is his record compared to the other side. I think it's really good for him right now.
Me too, man. And I love the fact that he's gone from, he's an incredible American success story. It's what the legends of the United States, if you will, that's what it's all built on.
How strange that you know more about his life over a book and an hour-and-a-half movie than you know about the woman running for president.
100%.
He's answered more questions while running for VP. He's told you more about his life while doing it. He's told you more about what he stands for.
And policy.
Whereas you do not get, because we even saw it last night when Kamala Harris had to answer some questions. She went straight to word salad. Now, it happened late last night.
Do you have that cut? I think we send it over to...
He has to. I saw him laughing.
Yeah, that's right. Here we go, yeah.
This is just an extraordinary testament to the importance of having a president who understands the power of diplomacy and understands the strength that rests in understanding the significance of diplomacy and strengthening alliances. This is an incredible day.
That is how I wrote in middle school. It was, how many words can I put in? I have to hit 500 words. I just got to keep putting in words.
So talk in circles.
Yes.
It is so silly.
This is why they don't let her talk. And yet, you have people calling J.D. Vance weird because you know that his mom was addicted to drugs and you knew how hard and crazy his life was growing up. And he's supposed to be the weird one for coming out good on the other side?
The weird thing is so much fun. because now my new hashtag is hashtag Mawa, make America weird again. I'm good with the weirdness on our side. I would put our weirdness up against the other side's weirdness any single day. If it's weird to want to protect our borders, because that's what I've heard from our weird side, if it's weird to say I want to work on the economy, I want to take our number one resource and use it to make America stronger, then make America weird again, because that's what I'm hearing. Rather than saying, hey, we'd like to go against the against the Constitution and come up with unconstitutional ways to pay off other people's debt. What else have you told me? That you're going to work on what rights, what this, that, the other. You have no plans on the other side. I'm cool with people going and looking at where J.D. Vance came from and that he's weird. He's weird. Why? Because he married a woman from India?
He's weird because he was married at all, especially to the left, because he got married at all
and has kids
and has children, and he's a faithful man, and as his wife is a faithful woman. So to them, I'm sure, to the left, I'm sure that's weird. They're anti-faith, they're anti-family, they don't want people being married. They want you relying on the government.
Making jokes about lonely cat ladies.
Yeah.
It's not weird. They're
weird.
It's not
weird. They're weird.
It's like, let's have fun with it. It's like, why are you so upset that my wife and I have 3 kids together and have just a regular normal house? You got a bunch of cats.
Oh, and here's what's weird. The way they go and they try to, hey, look, J.D. Vance said that he's against birthright citizenship. So doesn't that mean his kids shouldn't be here? Understand the difference between two people who are legal citizens. You know what's weird? The fact that you don't even understand what you're talking about.
I think they do.
When you come with these arguments.
I think they do. They put them out there.
How can you put that out there and say you know what you're talking about? To troll.
But because they want to shape a narrative, and they know the people that agree with them will not go and look up what you're talking about.
Does she look different? The left thinks, she must be illegal because she looks different than them, so they just throw that out there?
Could be.
That's weird,
that is
man.
really
the
weird.
intelligentsia is only that because it's like a mocking term for them. We played the audio yesterday. Molly Jong Fast, the fact that she didn't know that he has kids that are actually of mixed heritage, of mixed race. She's like, he just wants to breed a bunch of white people. Like, yes, he destroyed his own white rage by marrying an Indian woman and having 3 kids with her.
You know what else is weird to me? The fact that we got J.D. Vance and we're like, hey, this is what we want. This is why we want him. Look at what he's done for working families. Look where he's come from. Look at we don't even agree with a lot of the things that he has said in the past. What's weird to me is that the party right now is fighting over whether or not they should pick Josh Shapiro because he's Jewish and they don't really like Jews. That's weird to me. Or the fact that they're going, but even though most of our base doesn't like Jews, we think we could bring back those Jewish voters that have abandoned our party to go to the conservatives by pandering to them with the Jewish candidate. Dude, that's weird, man.
They do strange things. They don't embrace common sense, that's for sure. 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Friday, August 2nd. 13 more school districts will be back in class today, maybe a little lighter on the traffic. Thousands of kids will be heading to class just before the weekend. As for the rest of the state, they'll be in class next week. DeKalb, Fayette, and Fulton counties will be among those schools that start class on Monday and Tuesday of next week. A Canton family is mourning the loss of their young son after he unexpectedly died shortly after coming home from his elementary school's open house on Tuesday. Dominic Ippolito died just days before he was supposed to start 4th grade. The cause of death is unknown. A family friend set up a GoFundMe page to help the family raise money for funeral expenses. She described Dominic as a smart, kind, sweet young man who had a huge heart and would help anyone who needed it. And in sports, the Braves have won 3 in a row behind home runs from Matt Olson, Austin Riley, and Orlando Arcia last night as they beat the Marlins 4-2 at Truist Park. Charlie Morton allowed just 1 run on 5 hits and 6 innings in the win. The Braves and Marlins go at it again tonight. Spencer Schwellenbach will be on the mound for the Braves. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
The left is yelling, "Shut up and dribble," to an out-of-line celebrity. Next on the Morning Extra, until 10, then Glenn Beck playing Buck. Local afternoon show with Camber, Pete, and Flounder. 3 until 6 here on Extra 106.3.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust. Your best new follow on social media is Xtra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Xtra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Xtra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Heat is back. Is your house cool right now? I mean, what are we at? 77 degrees. It's 8:45. So what's it going to be when it gets to, I don't know, 4 or 5 o'clock? Is it going to be 91, 92, 93 degrees? Is your house going to be comfortable then? That's the question you got to answer. And then you can go from there. Are you thinking, man, it's going to be just a nightmare to come home and sweat in the living room? This is your home. This is your castle, the place where you should be the most comfortable. The place where you've raised your kids and you say your prayers and do all those things. You want it to be as comfortable as you can and enjoy the time that you're there. Well, you can't if it's boiling inside. So how do you remedy that? You can request a repair. You can request an estimate. You can request maintenance. All you have to do is go to centralheat.com. They will be there for you, and they will not make you wait forever. I mean, they got to my house in less than 24 hours. About 2 or 3 weeks ago, our our main floor HVAC unit went out. And it turns out it was just a quick fix. I'm talking Central was there and had it fixed within like 15 minutes, and now it's blowing snowballs in the house. So they can do you the same way. They can get you fixed up. They can get you in the queue and to your house immediately. All you got to do is call them. They've been serving Atlanta for over 77 years, and they can serve you and your family too. CentralHeat.com, 770-GET-HEAT, 770-GET-HEAT.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Get ready for Real Talk on the Janelle King Show, where we tackle kitchen table topics that are banned from family gatherings, but crucial for a strong republic. Tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday for an encore episode at 9 a.m. And if you can catch us live, great. But if not, no worries. New podcasts drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park right here on Xtra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcast. Join us for insightful conversations that matter.
Diamonds Direct Atlanta is now open. The nation's fastest growing jewelry store now is a location right here in Buckhead. Shopping for the perfect ring to pop the question? Or maybe an everyday diamond tennis bracelet? The experts at Diamonds Direct are sure to have exactly what you're looking for, no matter the occasion. With the lowest direct importer pricing, you can expect the best selection of certified diamonds at unmatched prices, all within a luxury showroom atmosphere that makes you feel right at home. Come see what other jewelers are trying to replicate. Diamonds Direct's unbeatable after-the-sale guarantees and warranties are the best you can find. Free cleanings, sizing, polishing, accent diamond replacement for the lifetime of your purchase. If that's not enough, they also offer a 110% upgrade policy for you to use as often as you'd like on your diamond engagement ring, pendant, or studs. Sounds too good to be true, right? Well, come see how Diamonds Direct is reinvigorating the jewelry industry at their brand new Buckhead showroom. When you want to have complete confidence in your jewelry buying experience, shop with the experts at Diamonds Direct. Now open on the corner of Maple Drive Northeast and Peachtree.
Your voice, your vote. And this year it matters more than ever. So for the unbiased election coverage that affects your family and your community, trust the voices that matter when it matters the most. Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. I don't care when celebrities talk about politics as long as I don't have to pay for it. Like if I go to your concert, I don't want to hear you talking about politics. I just don't. It's just not anything that I'm interested in. If I go see Bruce Springsteen, which I would never do.
Never?
Never.
His music's not good.
You? It's not my favorite. No. I'm not a Springsteen fan.
Yeah.
And I know we're in the minority. If you're not either, I know we're in the minority. Which is fine, man. You can love him if you want. Go ahead. But just know when you go to his show, you go to a Mellencamp show, they're going to be preaching to you. Go to a Pearl Jam show, they're going to be preaching to you. So I don't choose to go to many of those because I know what I'm going to get. I know what I'm in for, and I'm not willing to pay for it.
The only time I enjoyed a Bruce Springsteen song was I did this travel camp at the YMJH. I think it was like a YMCA, but for Jewish heritage.
Okay.
And we traveled, and we went to Canada at one point. And we had this one kid who was such a wise guy and a bad guy, just a bully and all that stuff. And when they came on the bus, as we got to the border, they'd say, "Hey, where were you born? Where were you born? Where were you born?" And he had his little boom box at the time, and he said, "Where are you born?" And he just hit the play button and goes, "Born!" And
That's pretty funny.
And then they took us all off the bus.
Oh, well.
They went through all our stuff, but I laughed really hard, and that was the one time that I actually enjoyed a Bruce Springsteen song.
But outside of me paying for an event, dude, I don't care what political persuasion you are. I might not listen to you, might not agree with you, but it's funny when the left, like, they defend all the rights to say anything that you want to say as long as it goes along with what they want you to say. It's shut up and dribble unless you're a leftist.
Give credit to all 6'2", 220 pounds of touchdown scoring fury that was Des Bryant, the former Cowboy receiver.
Attaboy.
Man, this guy. Okay, I'd never followed Des Bryant to this extent. For me, it was, pretty awesome football player, broke down late in his career, had a nice career, and then moved on. And I was like, all right, and he was the X factor. He was awesome. What I didn't realize is that he's not even so much political. He's just going to share what he thinks, and then you deal with it from there. So, for instance, when we had the rally that Kamala Harris had here in Atlanta, there was people that had pointed out, this one woman said, seeing black people call Kamala Harris's Atlanta rally ghetto is crazy. Des Bryant ended up retweeting this and said, I think it's a slap in the face to black people who fight for our voice in America. The crowd looked uncomfortable. Have some integrity. Twerking at a rally is wrong. Will never be taken seriously.
Yeah.
Ain't wrong.
Now, let me follow that up with what happened yesterday. You then had, after we watched the Lady Man fight, which we're going to have another one coming up in about 40 minutes.
First of all, it's a woman with XY chromosomes, please.
Yes. Otherwise known as a man.
I don't know much about biology, but I do know that.
I know what a boy is.
Des Bryant tweeted out, God made you a woman for a reason. God made you a man for a reason. God didn't put you in a foreign body. Also, men shouldn't be able to compete in women's divisions. My opinion.
Yeah. And again, he's not wrong. Point to where he's wrong.
It's funny because Des Bryant's not alone in that thought process. There were so many people that are really Democrats who would support Kamala Harris. And a lot of them don't like her at all, but will still vote for her only because, well, vote blue. I don't care who the candidate is. But even they were saying, I don't know if I could vote for her after this. It was a joke. It was underwhelming. Her entire thing in Atlanta was underwhelming. She said the same exact thing we saw on TV like 2 nights before. And then on top of it, this is how we bring someone out, by having someone booty shake and sing a song that's so inappropriate about things that we say about women all the time. And then you have one come out and sing this. It's not appropriate. And a lot of ideas towards that whole, hey, we're trying to bring you in with someone twerking has really put off a lot of people who would have normally voted for the Democrat ticket.
I would be uncomfortable saying this if the president hadn't. The president defined what it meant to be black in America. Meant you had to vote for him.
Right.
And that was the only way.
Joe Biden
That's what he told you. Now, Des Bryant, again, somebody who just continues to tweet out stuff where you go, oh, he says, being black does not look one way. The deep-rooted stereotypes we have built in ourselves need to be studied heavy.
Sage Steele has said the same exact thing.
Or Harris Faulkner the other day, I thought was brilliant when she said, hold on one second, black community They're different black communities. I'm part of the black community. We think differently, and that's okay.
Imagine that. People being different.
Yeah, it's okay to think differently. It's okay. But here's the problem. You can't go against that because then they attack you and you're not black enough. Or they tell you like these ridiculous things like, well, I guess you just don't like, your family, your ancestors, because you're going to vote for, the people who, freed slaves.
Well, they're setting the conditions by which you can only be one way, think one way, operate one way.
It's nuts.
That's the silly part about that.
Yeah, and I love the woman that said, the only reason that they think Lyndon B. Johnson is the greatest president on that is because Republicans passed a bill for voting rights.
He was the biggest racist in the White House.
And he had to sign it.
In the last 100 years. The biggest racist in the White House, and she's bringing up LBJ.
The second biggest. Joe Biden, I think, eclipsed that one.
Goodness. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. Nothing like the Olympic boxing match that's going to come up here in about 40 minutes. Nothing like that's going to happen in the state of Georgia. Next on the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Get the app so you can listen live and on demand. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Had a lovely little commentary drawn up about all of the lies, the misinformation, if you will, about climate change, polar bears, rising seas. I'll save it for another day. About Trump's performance in front of the National Association of Black Journalists. Now, bear in mind, there is no National Association of White Journalists, but that's the way it goes. Why in the world did he take the bait? Did he really start talking about Kamala Harris suddenly turning black? Did he really say, I didn't know she was black? I thought she was Indian. I'll ask the same question I asked of Biden. Does this man have any rational thought processes left? Why couldn't he have just said, look, I'm not worried about Kamala Harris's ethnicity. I'm worried about what she might mean for American families, what she might mean for black American families. Will we all be better off when she bans private health insurance? Will we be better off when she further damages America's ability to produce energy? Will we be better off when she bows to the demands of teachers' unions and puts a stop to any parents' hope, any black parents' hope of looking for a better, maybe private education for their children? Are these questions that might affect the parents of black children in this country? Or do you want to get me to start commenting on Kamala Harris's ethnicity? Sorry, I won't take the bait. I want to talk about things that are actually important to the parents that you represent here, the parents of all children in the United States, the heads of all families in the United States. So save your gotcha questions, and let's proceed with talking about things that are actually vitally important here. No, he just couldn't do it. If things don't change drastically, he's going to get trounced. What an election year for America. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9313. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9313. That's 800-575-9313. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
UCB Inc. has openings for Associate General Counsel, Neurology and Rare Disease U.S. located in Smyrna, Georgia. Job duties include providing day-to-day in-house legal support to the U.S. Rare Disease and Neurology Organization and its U.S. portfolio and sit on the Rare Disease leadership team at the global level. This is a full-time position. Multiple positions available. Travel required up to 15% of working time, typically 2 to 3 international trips per year and approximately 3 domestic trips per year. Position based in Smyrna, Georgia. Telecommuting permitted up to 60% of working time. Apply with resume to hranswers@ucb.com and reference job ID 5954074.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely.
Less hiring may lead to more selling. I'm Dave Anthony. Fox News stocks could plunge a second day in a row after a worse than expected jobs report just out sent futures dropping big.
114,000 jobs on non-farm. The estimate was 175,000 jobs. The unemployment rate unexpectedly went up. We went up to 4.3%. We were looking for a rate of 4.1.
Fox Business Network Cheryl Casoni, the job creation's the lowest since April, and the government revised May and June hiring down by 29,000 jobs. 3 Americans among the 24 freed in a prisoner swap with Russia are back in the U.S. and will be evaluated at an Army Medical Center in Texas where they landed a few hours ago.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm home. Yeah. I'm never going back there again.
That's Paul Whelan. He'd been detained in Russia for 6 years and calls his spy conviction nonsense. Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich lifted his mother off the ground, hugging her when he landed.
Gershkovich was detained in March of last year.
It's over here. Yeah, it's overwhelming.
The prisoner exchange included 7 countries, with Russia releasing 16 people and receiving 8 in return. It's the largest U.S.-Russia prisoner swap since the Cold War.
That's Fox's Tanya J. Powers. President Biden, when greeting the Americans just before midnight, said,
"To me, this is about the essence of who we are as a country."
Now, one of the 8 prisoners Russia got back is an assassin convicted of murder in Germany. Former President Trump tells Fox Business's Maria Bartiromo,
"As usual, it was a win for Putin or any other country that deals with us, but we got somebody back, so I'm never going to be challenging that."
But the former president also says the swap sets a bad precedent, leading to perhaps more Americans taken hostage. Former President Trump's new November opponent, Vice President Harris, set a monthly fundraising record for a presidential campaign. She and the Democrats raked in $310 million, more than double the Trump July fundraising. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The news and talk I can trust. Extra 106.3.
Friday bonus hour. What's that?
I said I feel semi-charmed.
Semi-charmed life. By Third Eye Blind. I think they're coming to town soon. I feel like, or they just came to town.
At Ameris Bank.
Yeah, I saw something about that.
She lives me. Oh, don't sing it, Joey. Come on.
Yeah, please, God.
One motivation. Come on, Joe. Let's not get crazy.
See, we need a button to turn his mic on.
That's right, exactly. How do we get that?
Like an eject button or something.
Hey, come on.
It just shocks his
and I'm
face.
sure you're a great singer, but
I'm not.
I'm sure. I'm positive. Gotta be, right?
I mean, like when you see Adele and she was big and you're like, yeah, she obviously has a lot of air capacity. I look at Joe and see that too. Like he's probably got...
He was big.
Yeah. He's a little big. He's got that big air capacity in his lungs to be able to belt out some of those notes. Joe, yeah. Your chubbiness makes you look like...
when you say...
Okay, I lied.
It's weird how he can call an entire game without only having to take more than 2 breaths.
Yeah, that's gracious. That is
impressive.
Yeah, not a lot of people can do that.
No, they can't.
Play-by-play guys have nothing on Joe when it comes to that.
Yeah, he just did this weird little voice where he was singing this song, which is a great tune. But I think you probably are... you should focus on different ways of singing. That's my
like in a closet somewhere else.
annoying punk pop,
yeah, exactly.
punk voice.
I hate that voice.
The fact that he knows this song by heart with a dance that he's doing.
How do I get back there too?
No,
seriously.
Why are you getting?
You need to dip out on the lyrics there because the lyrics get a little...
I've got an African friend who wants to ask you a question.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? That's so good. Y'all, Demi Moore is still a smoke show. Have y'all seen her lately?
Man.
Yeah. I saw her in the documentary Bratz on the Brat Pack. She was original member.
Isn't she like 61, something like that?
Yeah, she's got to be somewhere right around there at this point.
So beautiful.
She is
so well put together. I mean, you can tell she takes care of herself.
61,
yeah. She wants to do something that maybe y'all will be behind. I don't know where you'll stand on this, to be honest. She posted on her Instagram that she wants to destigmatize farting.
Okay.
Farts are nothing to be ashamed of.
She's reading a book about digestive health. Her grown daughters and others are gathered around while she reads. And she starts with the title of the book. Listen to this.
An adult's guide to farts. What's the big stink about? What are some of the common techniques to hide your farts? You can blame the dog. You can pretend nothing happened. Or just run away and change your identity. Farts are nothing to be ashamed of. They're very normal. Cats fart. Dogs fart. Birds fart. Even bugs fart.
Really?
Of course, it's polite to excuse yourself when appropriate, but if a fart slips out, just own it.
And that's her, by the way. We didn't add this.
Come on.
We didn't add
Really?
this. Well, I mean, making that sound. I don't know that it was really her passing gas, but I just know that came from the video. It was in the video.
I know she's being comical about this.
Yeah.
But, and you can listen to, like, Dr. Sabine is probably the one who knows the most about this. She's wrote a book about, let's talk about S. Part of your great gut health is farting.
Well, yeah, and when you eat healthy foods...
That's what happens.
It does.
Girlfriend Erin, I hope you're paying attention now.
Peace of mind.
I am a dog blamer all day, but I mean, there's no way I can act.
Dog blamer.
But when I do it, the dogs are never even in the room.
Yeah, right.
And I'm like,
must be the dog.
I just yell at the dog.
Having healthy bacteria in your system that helps you digest things also keeps you from getting sick. And also, you're going to do that a lot. It's
All
going to happen.
that's correct. Every bit of that's correct, but nobody wants to be next to a fart. Nobody.
No, it's true. It's true. Listen,
man, that's Demi Moore. I am so impressed.
I don't know if she added it back. I mean, I'm watching the video right now.
Does she lift like a left leg?
I'm so tired of being stigmatized by this.
Well, you and Demi.
Yeah, because I'm pretty regular in this room. Like when it happens, I'm like, I'm sorry.
I'm so glad I know I can blame bugs now and insects. I didn't know they farted until Demi Moore gave me some knowledge. So now I can blame the mosquitoes and the other bugs in the house.
This is the kind of information that you'll only get on this show.
Lots of fruits and vegetables. This is a result.
Absolutely.
You know, because yesterday, and now I have an ally in one of those water bugs because we tried those Skittle gummies. Erin and I, because she's like, they'll look good. Yeah, they're gummies that are supposed to be Skittle flavored. Okay. Not as good as regular Skittles. But she left it open, and then she went to get one, and she pulled out a bug in her hands about to eat it, and then realized what it was and screamed and threw it, which she never screamed. She picks up spiders and moves their net. Like, she's not afraid of bugs. It's just kind of the surprise thing.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to blame that thing.
I don't blame it.
It was a water bug that tried to eat your food.
Absolutely.
Not me. I didn't fart.
I saw avoid it. Avoid it if you can because it'll make the room smell terrible. It will be awful. But you're not going to destigmatize this. I mean, I love where her head's at. I think it's funny.
You don't think everybody's just going to be like Demi said, I can fart and just fart openly now everywhere?
I don't believe that'll happen, Rhino. I do not. No. I think people will still be like, oh my God, it reeks of death. You know, I mean, you can't help the fact that it reeks and nobody wants to be around.
Sorry about that. I got all involved in this now that she said it's okay.
That woman went from being in the Brat Pack, it's like 21, 22, 23 years old, to then spending like a good 15 years as like the hottest woman on the planet.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Like when she got to be an adult, you're like, whoa.
How you doing?
See, and I was at a golf event here, the Bell South Classic, which used to be here all the time. And I was sitting right by the ropes of one of the greens. I can't remember which green. And this old man, he had to be like 80-something years old. And he kind of was hunched over and he's walking in his, cool little golf outfit. And he walked right in front of me and just ripped one. And he never turned around, never looked, never noticed, just kept going. And I turned to who I was with at that time, one of my friends, and I said, when I am old, I will fart everywhere at any time and not care, because you can never blame an old man for just continually walking and not paying attention. Yeah.
As you walk, dude, because that's what
that's like my favorite part about like being like, I'm like, is 50 old enough? I'm still not old enough. I need to get to like, Kimmer's age where I look really old and no one will blame me.
It's just funny, man.
Like Kimmer can fart anywhere and no one will say anything.
And farts are funny, dude. That's the one thing you cannot argue. And I don't know that Demi Moore brought it up. Farts are funny. They are. They're funny. The sound's funny. People's reaction to them are funny. Everything about it is funny. It's not just boy humor, and Demi Moore has proven that. Yeah. Nobody can argue with it anymore. When you laugh at fart jokes or pull my finger jokes, now it's just fine. Demi Moore says so.
So can I give you the serious end of what we have?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
No, that was serious. It was serious there. But so we are going to get this hour 2 different things.
Okay. Yes.
We have the jobs report, which is going to miss the mark and going to cause everybody to go crazy.
Yep.
That's going to happen.
The markets already took a hit yesterday.
Yeah.
Knowing it's coming.
It's coming.
Bad.
It's going to get ugly. And then we're going to have another fight between a biological male and a female in 20 minutes.
Yeah. This is going to be a disaster for the Democrats as we get closer to election time, seeing how the entire financial system is just kind of falsely inflated at this point, and what the actual inflation is. Because as much as they want to talk about corporate greed and how bad everything is, they also use corporate greed to say, but look at the stock market. Yeah, the sugar high is a bad thing. Yeah, these job reports, even the numbers that they came out, the CPI is still a huge problem. So they could play with the games of, oh, don't worry. I mean, we're job creation, this, that, and the other. Government-created jobs have brought up the numbers. So there's a reason why Jerome Powell,
and always are revised.
Once again, because remember a few months ago we heard, at the next cut in July, we'll be able to probably bring it down and bring the interest rate back down. They couldn't. So now they've pushed it to September. Yeah. Come September, because of these reports, they're going to push it again. They are in trouble because they're just praying and hoping that these false numbers will be hidden long enough. We're not actually in good shape at all.
Well, if you just want to know what the heart of the matter, and this again, we always talk about everything being revised down. But you're looking at a jobs report when it was believed that we were going to hit 175,000 new jobs. They missed it by 60,000, which is going to make unemployment move up, and then we will see what happens from there.
Absolutely, and you're seeing slowdowns in hiring. You're seeing slowdowns in construction. You're seeing slowdowns in manufacturing. It's all going to hit at the same time. Late part of this year could be really, really scary.
Well, and the one part they won't be able to do, because we felt like this, we've been calling it a sugar high, because of the amount of federal money that's been being pumped into the system and is artificially keeping the stock prices high on a lot of stuff that's going on Wall Street. We felt like that was going to end as soon as Donald Trump got into office. Now it doesn't look like it's even working now.
Yeah.
So this is getting ugly right as we go to an election that only ends up helping the party that says, hey, we can fix this.
Morning Xtra and Extra 106.3. I know we talked about some serious stuff. Can we go back and talk about farts some more?
Yeah.
It's more entertaining.
Hold on. Okay, let me bring this to politics right now, because I think all liberals should get on Demi Moore, because cows' farts are destroying. But I just found out that, because I'm so interested in the insect thing, that she brought that up. Insects create more methane gas than any cow. So we need to eliminate every insect, and Demi Moore should be attacked by the left for talking about farts and destroying the environment.
You're going to have Angela Morabito who's an actual serious human being with serious accomplishments.
So get it out of the way
She's
now.
Driving in as we speak.
Listening
and
to
all
fart
you
talk.
keep doing is talking about farts. And all she's thinking about is, do I U-turn right here?
Title IX, should we allow women to fart in public? Like Demi Moore says, this is a Title IX issue at this point for me.
I got to tell you, we're not the only ones. Lori in Alabama is at 404-741-1230.
Thank you, Lori.
And Lori...
She just hung up.
Are you serious?
Serious.
Come on, Lori. I know why.
I know. She was calling to talk about farts.
No, she wasn't. She was going to call in to reprimand you.
Oh, come on now. Surely not.
Because women don't fart.
No, that's right. Yes,
that's why that audio from Demi Moore is totally
can't be real.
Silly. That was silly.
Oh, you're right, I guess. Yeah, women don't.
That was totally fake.
Totally fake.
And she was going to call in. If she was going to say anything otherwise, I was going to be like, liar.
Yeah. Lori in Alabama, please call back. 404-741-1230. Please call back. Please call back. Please call back. Because it's funny to talk about farts.
It's Friday in the 9 o'clock hour.
It's Friday in the 9 o'clock hour, and we got nothing
Things
else
are about to get real serious for like the last half hour of the show, so we might as well get out of the way now.
Although Angela has a great sense of humor, she was the former spokesperson for the Department of Education under Betsy DeVos, who was under Donald Trump. So, I mean, a wealth of knowledge. Title IX is her specialty, protecting women's sports, protecting girls' sports, and keeping men out of women's bathroom, all that. Like, she is dialed into
She's been on the forefront
absolutely
of that entire fight.
So it is going to be awesome. And I think we start out the conversation talking about farts with her.
Yeah, I think so too.
Why don't you just ask her, like, when her wedding date is, or something that's a little bit more.
Yeah.
Like, you know what you're doing? You're doing the equivalent of what that ABC News reporter did with Donald Trump.
Yeah,
there was no
just go-
hi,
just
no
goes
hello.
straight in.
How are you
Yeah.
doing? It's like, okay, she alleged racism. You're going to allege flatulism.
That's right. That's right.
Angela, thank you for coming in today. Where was the most embarrassing place you farted?
And then it'll be dead silence, and she'll get up and walk
I'm telling
out.
you right now, she's pulling that car
That's right.
over.
She's like,
she
do I
turned
go
around?
talk with these fools? She's probably thinking about it, I would imagine.
Like she's wondering, I'm like,
She's
are they
smart.
drinking already?
She's smart.
What is wrong
She
with
probably
these people?
Yeah, I would imagine
If
so.
she's smart.
Yes. And
we know she is.
And Lori didn't call back, did she?
She knows who she's coming in with.
Yeah, I know
she listens
does.
every day.
Yeah, she does listen often. You're exactly right. But to the point though, the fight that we're going to get at 9:30. I mean, we got it yesterday. It is, and Michelle Tafoya said this could be the thing that breaks the dam wide open. These just worldwide displays of women just being abused at the hands of men, and it being called sport.
Yeah, and considering that you're going to get, you had it yesterday. It was the lead story when it came to anyone who was paying attention. Now, Outkick covered it. I don't know anybody else in the sports world that covered the story.
No.
You're then going to have it again today at 9:30, and then you have it again tomorrow at 11:30.
They won't be allowed to. I mean, many of the outlets won't be allowed to. You know,
I know NBC wasn't. I must have told 2 or 3 people. Say, hey, did you see the fight this morning?
Nope.
Like what fight?
Had no
I
idea.
was like, it was a lady man.
Mm-hmm.
Decided to beat up on a lady.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's the reason it gets buried over and over and over again. And look, the sports, and look, I guess I understand partially. There's especially like sports talk stations, right? They want to avoid politics. I don't know how you avoid this one though. This is worth.
It shouldn't be
discussing.
political to say protect our girls in their
Right.
sports.
But that's the point. That's exactly
But they're
what I was
already
driving
playing the
home.
game that she's a biological woman. She was born a woman, and that, if she's from Algeria, where they don't accept any kind of transition. So there's no way that this can be a biological male. And they're playing the game with, she has a disorder that she has an XY chromosome instead. I don't understand. And this is a very confusing topic for a lot of people, but they're able to spin this that this is a biological woman and you're all transphobic because, it just happens to be bigger and stronger than the opponent that she faced. And I don't believe it.
Significantly bigger and stronger
believe
than the opponent.
Explain the disorder though that they're saying.
They
because
call
I
it
think
DDS, and I'm not even sure. I don't even know if it's a real disorder, except for the fact that it does give you higher levels of testosterone. But I don't understand how it, makes an XY chromosome that way, unless it's like Jamie Lee Curtis.
No, they're
in that regard.
So what they're trying to say is that, first off, they'll make the hermaphrodite reference, and they'll say, well, this person was born with. Well, that's still not correct in this case. Then they'll start calling it under the catch-all of intersex.
Okay.
And they'll say, well, I mean, this is an intersex. The disorder is DSD. Which, again, still, you're not hitting the main point, which is this person has an X and a Y chromosome indicating male, has male testosterone.
High levels, by the way.
High levels, and has already gone through the process of puberty as a male. How should they be fighting a woman?
Pretty plain and simple.
And by the way, when the IBF said, hey, listen, here's what we got, here's what it is, and you have the right to appeal, they didn't appeal for a reason. If this was a real woman and she really wanted to fight, now, yes, did this person fight in the 2020 Olympics? But does that justify the fact that nobody...
Because they got away with it before.
Yeah. What? Maybe they doped enough to not get away, to get away with certain things, or were able to get through?
But we've had to change this standard. The standards of the past have been, we're going to take a look at the amount of hormones that people have. So that you could say, well, listen, this person has had hormone treatment, and so that's why, look, they're as I joked around, if we wanted to make our hormones look like we were females, we could take some stuff, and that's how it would test. The reason why the International Boxing Association went to a chromosome test is to totally take that hormone test off the planet and say it's going to be down to what were you biologically born as.
Yeah. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your Atlanta home exterior solutions. Give them a call if you need your house to be the envy of the neighborhood. They would love to hear from you. Their number, 877-9-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Friday, August 2nd. 13 more school districts will be back in class today. Thousands of kids will be heading to class just before the weekend, as the rest of the state will be in class next week, including DeKalb, Fayette, and Fulton counties that will start class on Monday and Tuesday of next week. A Canton family is mourning the loss of their young son after he unexpectedly died shortly after coming home from his elementary school's open house on Tuesday. Dominic Ippolito died just days before he was supposed to start the 4th grade. The cause of death is unknown. A family friend set up a GoFundMe page to help the family raise money for funeral expenses. She described Dominic as a smart, kind, sweet young man who had a huge heart and would help anyone who needed it. And in sports, the Braves have won 3 in a row behind home runs from Metals and Austin Riley and Orlando Arcia as they beat the Miami Marlins 4-2 last night at Truist Park. Charlie Morton allowed just 1 run on 5 hits and 6 innings in the win. The Braves and Marlins go at it again tonight at 7:20. Spencer Schwellenbach will toe the mound for the Braves.
When we come back on Extra 106.3, Biden's title rewrite took place, the Title IX rewrite, in a lot of places, but Georgia's not one of them. Angela Morabito joins us next to tell you why on Extra 106.3.
With so many questions about what happens next, trust the conservative voice of Atlanta for the latest news and the voices you need during such an uncertain time in America.
Incidentally, for the record, this is an insurrection. The Democrats have pulled off not only a coup, they've actually committed an insurrection. They have taken their leader out of his leadership position to run again for president when he's able to do it.
Proud to be Atlanta's conservative news and talk station. Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
The Atlanta Braves are proud to host Alumni Weekend presented by your local Ford dealer August 23rd through the 25th when the Washington Nationals come to Truist Park. The weekend kicks off Friday with a Braves Legends Parade through the Battery, followed by an alumni roll call on the field. Saturday's activities include autograph sessions with your favorite former Braves and the always competitive Home Run Derby competition. Don't miss the fun. Find all the details and get your tickets at braves.com/alumni weekend.
Hey Atlanta, it's Mark from Atlanta Safe House. The Safe House crew hopes everyone is enjoying their vacation this summer. We know the criminals are watching and waiting for you to leave so they can bust in and steal your stuff. But hey, there is a solution. Come purchase a quality safe from Atlanta Safe House. And with summer rebates and specials, you can save hundreds and hundreds of dollars on a quality safe. And remember, don't let an illegal or crackhead deliver or move your safe. They could very well know your combination. So drop by the showroom or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
Horizon Background Screening is a fully licensed and insured private investigations firm that focuses on litigation support for law firms, criminal defense cases, and background investigations. We are also FCRA compliant and process pre-employment background checks, tenant screening, and background checks for volunteer organizations. Whether your business is a law firm needing anything from scene investigations to witness interviews, or a company that requires pre-employment background checks, we have the experience you need. Visit horizonscreening.com to learn more. That's That's horizonscreening.com.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Fox on Tech.
The world marveled at Elon Musk's Neuralink company implanting a chip into a test patient's head, allowing a quadriplegic man to use his brain to work a computer by thinking it. It's called a brain-computer interface, or BCI. The company is getting ready to try it with a second patient, but now it looks like Neuralink will have some competition. Synchron Incorporated of New York has now connected one of its patients with their BCI directly to a pair of Apple Vision Pro augmented virtual reality goggles. The connection allows the patient to control the device with thought patterns. The patient has ALS, or Lou Gehrig's disease, which is degenerative and has impaired his physical body. The patient is able to send text messages and, in the VR space, create art, since he is no longer able to enjoy real-world painting. Synchron is next hoping to conduct large-scale multi-patient trials. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
This is Tucker Carlson. You're listening to Atlanta's only conservative talk station, Xtra 106.3, worldwide on the Xtra app.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3. It's always a good day when we have someone who brings, I don't know, some
class,
knowledge,
information.
Yes, all of those things. Just class to join up a little bit. And Angela Morbito always does that, because our conversation earlier was probably not one that we'll include you in.
Did you hear us on the way in? Did you check out what we were talking about?
I did not. And
okay,
I
good.
regret it.
Good.
Oh, no.
Thank goodness.
Good.
It's better.
It's
I feel a lot better about that.
Okay.
Exactly.
Tug just brought up this disgusting thing about women. And
it's actually Demi Moore brought it up. I was just saying, here's what Demi was talking about.
Demi Moore was talking about gut health, and it went in the expected place it would go to. And so I'm glad you're here.
Yeah,
I'm glad you're here.
To level us out a little bit, bring some levity to the show. So thank you so much.
I was offended by the whole conversation. I didn't even participate.
I know. I grabbed my pearls the entire time.
Don't y'all lie. Don't y'all lie.
I'm going to call the pastor and go see him as soon as we're out of here.
Well, look, there's probably nothing wrong with that. This world that we live in. Because I was just showing Angela. And Angela worked under Betsy DeVos in the Trump administration, spokesman for the Department of Education. I clicked on the NBC News page, and the first thing it showed me, Los, I've shown everybody else, was do you want to subscribe to our newsletter? And the newsletter is a split face drag queen. So like two drag queens. So this is what they're trying to lure me in to talk about news and culture and tea, apparently.
Hey, would you like to join our We Hate Women newsletter?
Or we think we could be better women than
better women than women.
Angela, we're establishing a totally new version of women these days.
Exactly. Yeah. The people who say trans women are women, that all you have to do to be a woman is raise your hand and say, I feel like one. That NBC News pop-up that you just showed me is incredible, because I have no idea who they're appealing to. Who is like, I wake up in the morning and the person I trust for my news is someone who can't decide what gender they are. It's ridiculous just from an ad standpoint.
It just makes no sense.
I don't understand the whole side of we've got to defend this really tyrannical minority group rather than actual women who just want to have opportunity in life, whether it's a sport, whether it's a job, whether it's you're putting aside for men dress like women, and you're just hurting 9 out of 10 of those women.
Yeah, it's an absolute slap in the face, because here you have people saying that men can be better women than actual women, when all actual women have fought for since long before I was born was just to be treated equally.
But Angela, does it not surprise you? Because it does me. I say it does me. I would have expected feminists to be out front on this one. Like, we want to protect women. That's what we've been fighting for, like you're saying, fighting for years. And I've heard not a peep from the people that usually fall into the feminist category. I've heard from Sage Steele, who has said, we need to protect women's sports. I've heard from Riley Gaines, we need to protect women's sports. I've heard from Michelle LaFoy. What's her last name?
Michelle Tafoya.
Tafoya. Why do I always jack up her name? And I love her so much.
Because you have no respect for women.
Clearly.
Yeah.
But no, but
all
that's
he
the
wants to do
thing.
is talk about farts.
Yeah, that's right. Which was what we were talking about earlier with Demi Moore, because she said she wants to destigmatize it, but that's a different conversation altogether.
I'm so glad I was not here for that. Absolutely zeroed out on that topic.
We actually were hoping you weren't listening.
But where are the feminists? Where are those people?
So the feminist outrage is rare. It is too rare, but it's there in very small ways, particularly when it comes to Title IX. There have been very, very minor instances from that capital letters feminist movement, that left-wing feminism that has said, wait a second, this goes against everything we fought for. This goes against everything we stand for. So it's not enough. But even in the Trump administration, the last thing a left-wing feminist wanted to do was say we did anything right. But a few of them did.
Yeah.
And said this is good for women. This is due process protections for survivors. This is protections for female athletes, for women who just want to go to school and not change clothes next to a man in the locker room.
The 11th Circuit Court of Appeals upheld, Georgia's right to protect girls in schools. How important was this ruling?
Absolutely critical. It is the best possible news that Georgia students and families could have gotten. In many cases, that was the night before the first day of school, as y'all know. So many kids headed back. Just yesterday was their first day. And this came down to the wire. Because if that ruling had gone a different way, you would have had all these kids going back to school in a situation where their rights are not protected, where women's bathrooms, girls' bathrooms are for anybody who just wants to walk in. Same with locker rooms. It would have been a huge step backward for Georgia students, and it has been a step back for a lot of students across the country, but we're lucky to be in that group of states where Biden's unlawful Title IX rule hasn't been allowed to take effect.
Angela Morabito is our guest on the Morning Extra, and I think you hit the nail on the head there. You start with your state, you start with your community, so that when you do get something from on high, it does not affect you. And I think that's been really important for Georgia parents to know that, especially with two daughters, that their rights are going to be protected here.
Yes, and there are ways in the state of Georgia where we're not necessarily protected. It's interesting. I thoroughly expected, when I started looking into this years ago, for Georgia to be on the list of states that bans boys and girls sports. It says no men and women's sports. We're not on that list, but Georgia high school athletes are largely protected because the high school governing body has said no. We're not going to wait for the government to say this is outlawed. We're going to do it because it's the right thing to do. So a lot of credit to them.
Because we do allow, at a certain age group, typically before puberty, we've had boys that have played on our girls' teams in the past. But,
and vice versa for us, like with baseball.
And that's been totally fine. But we do recognize that once they hit a certain age, we're no longer allowing this. And so many of our governing bodies have flat out said, you have a boys' team, we have a girls' team now.
Right. Yeah. Can we talk about the Olympics for a second?
Because right now
we have a fight starting.
The fight is starting. The
You
second
pointed
fight.
up. I got all excited.
Oh, sorry.
No. So, Angela, just so you know,
watching than Olympic men beating up women.
So we talked about this on Tuesday, that what was going to happen was that we were going to have a 6:20 fight on Thursday, and that we were going to be the only ones talking about this for quite a while. And obviously it then picked, we were on at 6:45 yesterday morning, then it picked up. And initially we could only read about it from Italian websites. Now, your Taiwanese fighter is fighting at 9:30 this morning. You'll then have the Algerian fighter fighting tomorrow at 11:30. This isn't going away.
It's heartbreaking, and I'm really grateful to you guys for being among the first to cover it. Because this Algerian boxer, I don't know what this person is biologically, but another boxing association has said this isn't somebody who qualifies as a woman. So the ideal solution in sports, right, whether this is Little League or whether this is the Olympics, which is all I've been watching all week. I am obsessed with just watching Simone Biles do Simone Biles things.
Have you just been there with the ice cream and the tissues and cheering with the American flag?
How did you know?
Because I'm married. Because I'm married to
that you know how much
listen, I'm married to a different version of you. I mean, y'all are all doing the same things right now.
You're better than I am. I have not been able, ever since the opening ceremonies. I mean, what I've seen so far, and part of it is because of my Judaism, what I've seen is hatred for Jews. I've seen people in the audience throwing up the Chai Hitler. I saw something that just attacked Christianity and Judaism on the opening night. I see now a man beating up a woman. I love the Olympics and I love our athletes. I just have no desire at all to, get myself upset by watching who knows what's going to happen next.
Yeah, the Olympics are supposed to be about the best of the best, not just in terms of athleticism, but in terms of sportsmanship. And here you have a woman getting beaten up on television, and people aren't expected just to tolerate it, they're expected to clap. Yeah. This should be a watershed moment that says this isn't just in a few random high schools throughout the country. You got to cross your fingers and hope it's not you, hope it's not your daughter. This is everywhere now, and it's getting bigger, it's getting louder. I do have a YouTube recommendation for you guys.
Okay.
For it.
Let's go.
So I was one of the millions, if not billions, of people who saw the opening ceremonies and went,
yeah,
what
jaw on the
earth
table.
was
I was
that?
so appalled as a Christian man. I was so insulted, and on behalf of every other Christian in the world, it is disgusting, and it was intentional. And my thing was, try that with Islam. If you want to be edgy, do it with Islam, because Christians are going to pray for you.
Yes.
The Islam will not. They're going to react.
We know how that plays out. We know how that has played out in Paris in the past, and how people have lost their lives just for a cartoon that references
Charlie Hebdo. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly. So my YouTube recommendation is this. I was offended by the Paris opening ceremonies, not just as a Christian, but as a history nerd. I'm like, you have hundreds of years of art and philosophy and music and film and culture, and you went with a blue drag queen in a way that offends Christianity. Like, what on earth? Yeah. So
it's divisive. It's not bringing the world together. That was my biggest issue with it.
So this is what I went back and watched. If you've seen the Athens opening ceremonies, if anybody remembers it, it is the coolest thing, because they had these people dressed as realistic Greek statues, and they had somebody floating over the statues as they animated. It was the coolest celebration of history that if anybody was offended by that, they would have had to try really hard. So I don't put it past people, but Athens got it right.
Yeah. Angela Morbido's our guest, and I will tell you, I was in a bar in Forsyth County in the amount of during that Friday afternoon. What the hell? Why does that thing got a beard?
You got to let her know about the bar that you go to.
It's a lot of retirees, of retirees, and they're all staring at the TV, and it's a Hank Hill moment.
Right.
What the hell? What is that? What's going on?
And here's the funny part about it. I wouldn't be offended if it was one guy who dressed like a Greek god as Zeus, and it was a woman or a man that dressed as a female. If it was one, and you wanted to play inclusivity and say, hey, we have a lot of straight people up here too. The fact is, it was directly in everybody's face that every single person is trans. Every person is a drag queen. Why can't you just make one and bring them in and say, okay, we also have people from different, religions, backgrounds also being a part of this opening ceremony? They didn't do that. They did it on purpose.
But from the start of that ceremony to even yesterday, it's all linked together. It's this force feeding of these are women and you need to respect them as women, even though from a chromosome standpoint, they are not.
Biologically, don't follow the science.
Right. Where are all the trust the science people? It's like, where are all the feminists on Title IX? Where are the trust the science people?
I went looking for them.
Yeah, they're non-existent.
There is a great video out there that shows female gymnasts attempting men's gymnastics events, and these are elite athletes, and they're falling on their faces. Same for the men who tried the women's gymnastics events.
Well, but see, I'm glad you brought that. That's a great point. Like, my faith teaches me that men do things that men do. Men have been created a particular way, and they're not good at the things women are good at, right? And then vice versa, men or women rather are really, really good at things that men are not. That's the compliment.
Yes.
And these days it seems like we're force fed. No, there is no difference. And if you believe there's a difference, you are a bigot. There's something wrong with you. Now, biology be damned. Don't worry about that. You only trust the science when we can tell you can trust the science. I love the complementary role of men and women. That's why I love my wife so much. She's so great at most everything, and I'm not very good at much of anything.
Oh.
So there's a lot of complimenting going on.
It's true.
Yeah, I do. Rhino will tell you. Everybody. No, but it is. But we complement each other, right? The things that I am good at, she's not, and the things that she's good at, I'm not. That's what makes our marriage wonderful. That's what makes raising a kid with her wonderful. That's what makes the creation of man and woman wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, I could say the exact same about my husband.
Right.
He is a double Georgia Tech grad, and I am by no means a math major. So he will show me things that he works on, and I'm like,
Confused.
I understand about 5% of this, but I'm very happy for you.
Yeah.
And he's, of course, incredibly supportive of what I do. I'm a very, very lucky woman. But on the grand scale, think about how boring the Olympics would be if everybody was the same.
Right. It'd be boring like NASCAR.
Right.
Because every car is the same. It used to be whoever could make the fastest car won.
Exactly.
And now NASCAR's boring.
Exactly. So if it was just a bunch of people turning left on a track for 2 straight weeks, I don't think very many people would tune in. No disrespect to the NASCAR fans.
No, absolutely. We play NASCAR here every weekend, but I'm telling you, they've made that sport boring because it's not who can build the fastest car. Everybody has the exact same car.
Right.
Like, what's the point?
Right.
Yeah. Look, I'm just so surprised at the way people are reacting about this, especially after the whole Me Too movement, and that we can't have common sense when it comes to it. And that's the problem with me. You know, maybe there's a different category. Maybe there are answers, but the refusal to even talk about any kind of diplomacy when it comes to, hey, what can we do that you don't have to go this far, that you need to put women in, men in women's locker rooms? What can we do? Can we put in a different bathroom? Can we do these certain things? Or, that's the weird part to me, is they're not even willing to talk about this. And we're not trying to say, hey, there's no way whatsoever when you're 25 years old and you want to transition and be who you are, or be a drag queen, or you want to be a drag queen and do a show that's 18 and over, fine. Let's figure out a medium that most people in this country, most agree with. Like, it's not hard to say, hey, I have a drag show there, not in my school.
Right. Drag queens can go be where they want to be, just not in a kindergarten.
Right.
That I think you have a right to learn reading and math in this country, and you have a right to learn it from someone who's not dressed as a really offensive caricature as a woman.
Or forced down our throat in an Olympic ceremony where the whole world is supposed to come together. Like, why does it have to be forced into our face? That's nothing but trolling in that, or nothing but gaslighting on their side.
It's this forced compliance of not only will you be forced to watch, but you will be expected to cheer. And Rhino, I love that you brought up the Me Too movement, because I think 10 times a day about the saying of that movement, which was believe all women. And believe all women went absolutely out the window as soon as the first woman said, I don't want a man in my locker room.
Yeah, we will not tolerate you pushing back. You will take the indoctrination. We're going to take a break here.
By the way,
come back.
The fight is on.
Yep.
And you can't stream it.
Oh, of course not.
Or it's not on the schedule. You can't watch it.
Yeah. I gotta talk about a father, too, when we get back, about a father who went into a school and said, I don't want my daughter being raped. And then it was like, don't believe that girl. She never got raped by a man.
And we're going to arrest her dad. That happened in Virginia. So we'll talk about that. And I want to ask you about what the Biden and Harris administration will be doing to get around Georgia's rejection of the law. Next on the Morning Xtra with Angela Morabito. She was the spokeswoman for Betsy DeVos at the Department of Education under Donald Trump. Next on Xtra 106.3.
During the craziest election season we've ever experienced, you need a voice you can trust. Not headlines, not former shock jocks, but veterans, conservative leaders, and Atlanta talk radio legends.
This is the ballgame. This is for all the marble. This is like,
this
is
for the country.
This is 8 years of turmoil.
Count on the conservative voice of Atlanta to bring you the biggest names in politics as this wild election season changes by the day. This is Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
At the Piedmont Bank, we're proud to be one of Georgia's largest community banks, focusing on serving businesses and the communities they serve. With headquarters right here in Metro Atlanta, our tailored banking expertise and solutions help meet the diverse needs of our customers so they have what it takes to grow, expand, and thrive. It's what elevates us above the rest. Find a location near you at Piedmont.bank and experience elevated banking for you and your business. The Piedmont Bank. Banking elevated. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors, we're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Frickson Associates Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
The Morning Extra, Neil Boyce, and The Kimmer Show are all online for you anytime at thepodcastpark.com. Plus all of Extra's exclusive podcasts like Ben Burnett, Janelle King, and so much more. All at thepodcastpark.com. Presented by Associated Credit Union.
Tug, Rhino, and Los, all The Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Our guest is Angela Morbido. Thank you so much for getting up and hanging out with us and being here and talking common sense, because there's so little of that these days in America.
Thank you guys for having me.
So there we go. Yeah, you're always welcome. You know, you always have an open invitation. I want to ask you quickly. Biden and Harris, their administration is not going to take kindly to Georgia rejecting their Title IX rewrite. What are they going to do, or what do you expect they will do to get around this, to force Georgia's hand? Because they're not just going to throw in the towel and be like, they won.
They're not. All signs right now point to the Biden administration doubling down on a rule that is very plainly unlawful, not just in my eyes as me, but in the eyes of quite a few courts. Like, the legal challenges to this rule have been spectacularly successful. Georgia is just among the latest, but there have been so many where over 20 states, this rule hasn't taken effect because courts have said, no, we're going to halt this before it can hurt anybody. And the court cases are still going to play out, but it wouldn't shock me if we saw this get appealed all the way to the very highest levels, because the Biden admin is just not letting it go. They won't quit while they're behind.
Do you think that if this wasn't a pander to this tyrannical minority of a group that they're really pandering to, if that group were to is this just about votes? I mean, do they really, truly believe that men can be better women than women? Do they really believe that it's worth risking a high school student's life because they decide to put a man in a sport with them? I can't imagine that they really believe. I think it goes away. If they lose this election, I think it goes away.
I hope it goes away, because even for this administration, it's incredibly radical. It's bigger than sports. It's bigger than locker rooms. What it would do to all those places is awful and tragic. But there's also the free speech element and the due process element to this that courts have been keying into. And the free speech element, I think the best example is misgendering. Of if you call somebody he when he wants to be a she that day, you might have just created a hostile environment. If the school doesn't step in, then boom, federal investigation, you could lose your federal funding. That's extreme.
Well, these are the people that are always calling for hate speech laws. And the idea of misgendering would then fall into this realm, and suddenly now everything's prosecutable.
It is. this is an enforcement nightmare for schools and for the department, because the people who are pushing this rule are the same people who are saying you can be gender fluid, you can change your gender every day.
Oh, I do that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. It's no big deal. That happens in this room all the time.
Oh no, you're gonna have to tell me your pronouns unless I get it wrong and there's an investigation.
We're suing.
We're a little bit, we're a little more tolerant if you do misgender us every once in a while. We're not going to be that bad. Yeah.
Once.
For one time.
Well, I will be very, very
I'll only
careful
correct
not to
you
create a
once.
hostile
Yeah.
environment.
That's exactly right.
But in that, the craziness is that you, using your eyes, would say, oh, look, there's 3 men in here. But the minute I say, well, I don't identify as that, and you've now put me in a weird, and I'm going to HR, or I'm going over to the school, that's the exact scenario where I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I didn't mean to cause any problem here.
There could be absolutely no harm done, and this rule applies from the very youngest ages on up. So try explaining misgendering to a kindergartner. They don't know what a pronoun is yet.
No.
But yet they have to play by the pronoun rules if they're affected by this rule.
Dude, that would not surprise me at all if they went after a parent of the kindergartner, because obviously, like you said, kindergartner can't be responsible. They just don't have that wisdom, but they could go after parents for that for sure, right? I mean, that seems
absolutely.
like the obvious next step.
But even 14-year-old, my son's 14 years old. It's first year of high school. I mean, these things are, and even he understands, like, it just doesn't make sense to him. So when he sees, like, it's confusing even for a 14-year-old. So the mistakes will happen regardless of what, I'm sorry, like, you look like a guy, even if I didn't mean to. I mean, it happened way before all of this, where maybe somebody called me ma'am by accident. Just by, accident. They obviously don't look like a woman, but accidentally said it. Imagine if I just flipped out about that.
That's what this rule allows people to do. And it's also being pushed by the people who say not just that you could change your gender every 20 minutes, but that there are more than 2 genders, right? So let's say somebody is frog gender or ghost gender, which according to TikTok are real.
There's ghost gender, yeah.
Yes.
This is a new. You got to go look it up.
Wait, Angela, explain this.
So there is a TikTok that will explain people who believe that their gender is ghost and how you use the pronouns ghost self. Instead of himself or herself. And instead of saying him or her, you just say, well, Ghost is doing this today. It's
you haven't
insane.
seen this? Oh, it's amazing.
No, this is brand new to me.
quit.
Yeah, seriously, man. It makes
society for the day.
Throw the towel
you ghosting me?
Yeah.
Right? New version of ghosting me.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Wow. I feel for the teachers, too, who have to play ball with
that's
this.
the thing, that they have to put up with this nonsense. And it's not like I'm sure
of those
there's
teachers
plenty
want
of them.
to put up with
I'm
this
sure they do,
nonsense.
but there's plenty of that don't. I mean, you've been in education a long time. There's plenty of great teachers that want to do the right thing and that can see right and wrong, see fair and unfair, and they are going to be held to some sort of different account.
Held hostage.
Really?
Yeah, their pension is held hostage by not following the laws and the rules of these, these crazy mentally ill people who think they're cats and dogs and women and ghosts.
Yeah.
We said it at the same time. Jinx,
I know.
you owe me a Coke.
I like the synchronization.
Yeah, we've been working on it.
Impressive.
It's just like the Olympics thing. We're trying to get synchronized.
You stuck the landing. That was amazing.
Yeah, but it is. But that's the thing. These teachers are going to be held to a standard that they don't agree with, that they don't want to deal with, and it's going to be detrimental. As if education can be more, poor in the United States right now. This is going to be negative toward kids as they try to learn.
Exactly. And if you're watching this and you are in school to be a teacher, you may be watching this and thinking, I don't need that. I can't play with that. I can't mess with that. Why would I do it? And it comes at them from all sides, right? So not only do you have the Biden administration pushing this gender nonsense through the Title IX rule, but the unions love this stuff. So instead of standing up for the rights of their teacher members, the unions are using their teacher members to drive their political agenda into the schools.
You know what's funny is if I was like a private employer, I'll never hire anybody who decides that their pronouns this, that, and the other. And they may be the best worker. They may be, and I have no problem. If you want to dress like a woman, whatever, maybe I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem with the fact that I know just based on the way you're coming that you are going to be a problem for the rest of the morale in my office. Like, I don't think I'd hire you even if I'm okay with it because of all the problems I'll have if somebody accidentally misgenders you.
It is so unfortunate because I have met transgender people in the conservative movement and the libertarian movement who are the antithesis of all of that. I've had people tell me this is something I do for my mental health. If somebody gets it wrong, if you get it quote unquote wrong, call me a pronoun I don't want, that's okay. So there are trans people in the world who are incredibly understanding and saying, I just want to live my life this way. I'm not going to use that status to mess with anybody else. Right. There you go.
Or Caitlin.
Friend of mine who transitioned in his mid-40s. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
If you accidentally make a mistake, no problem. But he's happy, she's happy, living the way that they want to live. And that's it.
And that's
not pushing anything on anybody.
Right. That is personal freedom. What is not freedom is trying to dictate the way other people can speak. My first name's Angela. If somebody calls me Andrea, it's happened a million times in my life. I just roll with it. If I were to decide to get offended about that and say, like, this is literally a federal issue, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I think everybody
But
should
that's
see
what's
how
happening.
crazy it is. It is.
And I think that's a great example because I don't think I've heard anybody put it quite like that before with missing the name, because that happens all the time. If you could boil it down to that, and it's just, I don't know where you go from here because I don't see this getting better. Even if Trump's elected, this is not, they're like Los used the example, pushing the ball down the field. If Trump's in there, maybe it goes away or gets more quiet. I don't know. I actually contend it'll probably go the opposite way because they feel emboldened because the guy that they don't like is in the White House. But regardless, I don't expect this to go away anytime soon.
Angela, they're at the Olympics.
Right.
Like, you want to talk about how far it's gone? By the way, here you all go. This looks like my grandfather when he was like 60 fighting. So Lin, the Taiwanese, XY chromosome, won.
Oh yeah,
and so there's another victory for the men being ladies, taking out ladies in sports.
Awful.
Not allowed to fight in the IBF because of those problems, but on the Olympic stage, beating up a woman, that's a good
Took out another one. There she goes.
It's heartbreaking to watch that female athlete, just like the Italian boxer who had worked her whole life for this. And she loses at the Olympics, not because somebody was a better competitor, but because somebody has a different body.
Or an advantage.
Right.
Really strong
it's an
advantage.
unfair advantage, and I think a guiding principle here has to be just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Why not allow doping in the bicycling events? Why not allow doping in the Weight Watchers to give everybody, you get your own advantage?
Why separate men and women at all?
Yeah, I think that's important because we keep talking about what this does to women's sports, and I need a new word for it because as soon as men are allowed in, they're not women's sports anymore.
Right.
You can't have women's sports asterisk, there are men here too now.
Yeah, right.
We got to call it something else. I think you're right. I think it's co-ed.
That's going to be on every women's bathroom. Women's, but
if you're not a woman.
But you're welcome in if you'd like to if you're a man.
Right.
It's just there's this
so ridiculous.
Anyway,
it's hard raising daughters.
I can only imagine, dude. It's bizarre to think about what they're going to face when they get a little older. Angela, what's the weekend look like?
Oh my goodness, the weekend for me looks like watching a lot more of the Olympics and celebrating the athletes who are there, winning because of their hard work and talent and dedication, and not because of PC nonsense is kind of spoiling some of these events.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. Angela Morbido, you can follow her at Angela Morbido on Twitter. Very active there too. So for Angela, Rhino, Front Office Lowe's, Board Up Goey, Virgin River, my name is Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear?
Extra 106.3 is committed to bringing you the local and national perspective you need and hearing your voice leading up to the election.
So really the story of Joe Biden, that's over now. Now it's the story of Kamala Harris. Well, I say that the Biden story is over, but the Democrat media arm may not want it to happen just yet. To listen to the sycophants on CBS, ABC, and NBC yesterday, especially MSNBC, Joe Biden was simply the most accomplished president in the history of this country.